Good evening, my friend. I'm glad you're here. It is late, and the house has grown quiet. Perhaps you are resting in your favorite chair or lying beneath a warm quilt, listening to the gentle hum of a fan or the soft rhythm of a night breeze at your window. Wherever you are, let this be a small sanctuary of calm. Tonight we will wander back in time to an age of polished marble, velvet drapes, and fortunes so vast they seemed to glitter even in the dark. They called it the Gilded Age, a time when New York mansions shone like palaces, while coal smoke drifted in the streets below. You and I will slip gently into that world, not with haste or judgment, but with curiosity, as if walking slowly through a museum lit only by lamplight. If you enjoy these journeys, I invite you, quietly, without hurry, to touch the little button to like or subscribe. It helps keep this circle of listening alive. And if you wish, tell me where you are listening from tonight. Somewhere in a farmhouse kitchen, perhaps, or a quiet apartment high above a city. It is always a comfort to know where the company comes from. So, dim the lights, rest your hands, let your shoulders ease. Imagine the sound of waves against a distant shore, or the low crackle of a fire in the grate. Take a breath that drifts out slowly, like smoke rising from a chimney. And with that, let us step gently into part 1. A soft wish stirs before the house wakes. You open your eyes to a darkness that does not feel familiar. The mattress beneath you is impossibly soft, as though a cloud has been folded upon itself a dozen times and laid out just for you. The air is cool, touched by a faint scent of smoke that drifts from some unseen chimney. For a moment, you are caught between panic and wonder. This is not your bedroom. This is not even your century. The covers are heavy, layered in silks and furs, as if someone believed warmth could only be measured in weight. Each quilt seems stitched with unseen stories, threads that might have cost a year's wages for the woman who bent her eyes toward the fabric by candlelight. You shift slightly, and the fur along the edge of the coverlet brushes against your cheek, soft as a whisper, foreign to your skin. The ceiling rises into shadow, too high to see clearly, a cavern of wealth where silence itself seems purchased. Somewhere in the vastness, a clock ticks faintly, a lonely sound in a chamber built to impress. This is a room meant not for rest, but for display, as though slumber itself should be an exhibition of fortune. You take in the bed, carved mahogany posts stretching upward, a canopy of embroidered fabric that filters what little light the fire gives. Someone, somewhere, has chosen every detail with deliberate care, though not for comfort alone. The bed is not simply a place to sleep. It is a monument to the idea of having more than anyone else could imagine. Outside the curtains, you hear faint movement, the shuffle of feet on carpet, the soft cough of someone waiting. You realize that even in the most private of moments, you are not alone. A valet, perhaps, or a servant stationed just beyond the door, ready to knock at the appointed hour. Here, in this world of gilded lives, even your waking is managed by others. And so the wish comes, the first quiet longing of the day. You think, what if all this wealth could be bent toward gentleness, toward kindness, instead of spectacle? What if such immense resources could soften hardship rather than magnify it? It is not a loud thought. It is no manifesto or demand. It is only a whispered wish that slips into your heart before the house itself has fully woken. For now, the chamber remains hushed. The quilts rest heavy. The air holds its cool breath. Yet that thought, so small, so fragile, lingers. It is the beginning of a journey, one that will move from opulence to awareness, from gilded surfaces to the deeper cost hidden beneath. The wish does not disturb the silence. It is like a candle lit in a cavern, its glow barely reaching beyond your hand. But you feel it, and you know. Even in the grandest rooms, it is often the simplest hope that matters most. The quilts press down heavier than any dream morning arrives, not with a burst of sunlight, but with a slow gray glow creeping through velvet curtains. The air holds its chill, as though the vast room resists warming, no matter how high the fire is built. You stir beneath the weight of coverings that feel less like blankets and more like an inheritance, layer upon layer, stitched and quilted, arranged not merely to warm, but to impress. Somewhere, a knock sounds. It is soft, practiced, the kind of knock that has been given every morning at precisely the same hour for years. You call out, hesitant, uncertain, in a voice that does not quite sound like your own, and the door opens to reveal a man already bowed in posture. His hair is silver at the temples, his uniform crisp, and behind him trail younger attendants carrying trays. "Good morning, sir," he says. His tone is polished, deferential, without being weak. He is Richardson, the valet, though you do not know how you know his name. Perhaps it lingers from some memory not yours. They glide into the room, their movements a choreography rehearsed countless times. Curtains are pulled back by steady hands, and the gloom of the chamber lifts into a pale daylight. Fifth Avenue lies below, already awake, carriages rattling, horses snorting steam, vendors calling out, the hum of a city that never truly sleeps. From this height you see it all through glass so thick it muffles every sound into a distant murmur. On a silver tray comes a cup of coffee, dark and strong, swirled with cream that gleams pale against the porcelain. The cup itself is a small masterpiece, hand-painted, its edges lined with gold that catches the gray light. It is coffee meant not for waking, but for displaying, though it warms your hands nonetheless. Richardson speaks, again, his words steady. "Your train departs at 9, sir. Breakfast in your private car with Mr. Morgan and Mr. Carnegie." He says the names as if they were common companions, no different from neighbors across a fence. Yet you feel the weight of them. Titans, robber barons, men whose decisions ripple across the entire nation. And apparently, you are counted among them. The attendants wait, each prepared for a single task. One tends to the fire, stirring embers into brighter flame. Another lays out garments on a chair, fine wool, silk waistcoats, polished shoes. Another pours water into a basin carved from marble, its edges veined with color like frozen rivers. Their silence is striking. They move without speaking, as if words themselves might disturb the gravity of the morning. You rise slowly, feeling the cool of the stone floor even through thick carpets. Your reflection catches in a mirror taller than any man, its gilt frame glittering faintly. The figure that stares back is familiar yet strange. Hair groomed, face a touch older than you recall, shoulders draped in silk. You look the part, even if you do not feel it. The bath is prepared in an adjoining chamber. Steam drifts lazily above water sprinkled with petals. Brass fixtures gleam, though you realize they are not brass at all, but gold, heavy and unyielding. The attendants step back as Richardson announces, "Your bath is ready, sir." The ritual is both indulgent and unsettling. To be bathed is no longer a private act. Towels are warmed by the fire, robes pressed and laid out. Even the soaps are arranged like jewels in separate dishes: lavender, olive oil, French milled. You dismiss the men gently, insisting you will manage alone. A twitch of Richardson's eyebrow shows surprise, but he bows. "As you wish, sir." Alone, you slip into the water. It is perfectly heated, a luxury so rare in this age that it almost feels unreal. Each drop required labor, fuel carried, fires stoked, water hauled. You soak in silence, yet the thought lingers. How many hours of work from unseen hands are distilled into this moment of comfort? When you emerge, servants appear once more, efficient and unflinching. Towels wrap around you before the chill can reach your skin. Layer by layer, you are dressed. Cotton union suit, wool socks with garters, crisp shirt with detachable collar, silk tie, waistcoat, jacket. Each step is deliberate, each motion practiced. You are less a man dressing and more a mannequin being assembled into perfection. Richardson places a watch in your hand. Solid gold, engraved with initials that seem both yours and not. Its weight is undeniable. You slip it into your pocket, feeling the tug against the fabric, as though time itself has been made heavy. At last, the mirror shows you complete. A figure out of history books, every line of clothing sharp, every button gleaming. You scarcely recognize yourself. Breakfast awaits in the morning room, sir, Richardson says. You descend the grand staircase. The house stretches around you like a small palace. Paintings in heavy frames, carpets that hush every footstep, servants stationed at intervals as still as statues. Their eyes follow without lifting. You reach the morning room where a table for 12 is set, though only one place has been laid. A butler pulls back your chair. Before you lies a spread that could feed a family for a week. Bacon, sausages, eggs, fresh bread, fruit out of season. It is abundance for one. The butler presents the newspaper upon a silver tray. Headlines speak of strikes, unrest, whispers of violence. Another headline bears your name, linked with railroads and monopolies. You sip coffee, the porcelain clinking lightly against the saucer. The taste is rich, smooth, yet it leaves a bitterness behind. Not from the brew itself, but from the knowledge that outside these walls men fight for pennies, while here you begin the day with extravagance. The house hums quietly around you, servants moving through distant halls, the crackle of firewood, the faint sound of hooves on the avenue. You are suspended between two worlds, the one outside of labor and struggle, and the one within these walls, insulated by money and marble. It is an ordinary morning for a Gilded Age billionaire, and already it carries the weight of a century's imbalance. Steam curls as the city murmurs beyond glass. The cup arrives the way dawn arrives in winter, quietly, with a breath of warmth that doesn't insist on itself. A young footman carries the silver tray as if it holds a secret. He pauses to let the steam rise and veil the porcelain for a heartbeat, then sets it on a small inlaid table beside the window seat. The cup is light in your hand, thin enough that the heat travels through, gentle rather than scalding. A ribbon of cream turns the dark surface a mellow brown, like the river in late afternoon. Richardson, never far, draws back the inner lace, then the heavy velvet drapes. The city appears as if the curtain of a theater has lifted. Fifth Avenue, early yet, but already awake. Hooves strike the stones with a rhythm that feels older than the buildings. A milk cart rattles past, the horse's breath smoke white in the chilly air. Two delivery boys jostle one another for the corner, then fall into a truce born of long mornings. Across the way, a shopkeeper unlocks a metal grate and lifts it with a slow crank of habit. From here, the noise is softened, as though the glass has learned to mercy the world. You can see mouths forming calls you cannot hear, the glide of hands exchanging parcels, the little comedy of a hat rescued from a wind gust and dusted off with dignity. On the far edge, Central Park sits like a patient animal, bare branches, a gray ribbon of path, a woman in a dark coat pushing a pram, her breath lifting in small puffs. Even the pigeons move as if they've been told to tread carefully this morning. "Your schedule, sir," Richardson says, offering a card no bigger than a visiting note, cream paper with your monogram faint in the corner. The letters look both familiar and borrowed. 8:15, coffee, papers. 8:45, carriage to Grand Central Depot. 9 o'clock, private car departs. 9:30, breakfast with Mr. Morgan and Mr. Carnegie. 4 neat lines that carry the weight of a continent's steel and coal and track. You nod without speaking, and Richardson, understanding that silence is sometimes a kind of consent, moves a step back into the soft penumbra of the room. You turn the cup and watch the cream finish its slow galaxy, the swirl calming to a steady tone. The porcelain is Sèvres, the pattern a scatter of tiny blue forget-me-nots, a maker's mark at the base, an intimate signature you have not earned. You set the saucer down with care, as if noise might break something you cannot replace. Below, a carriage pulls to the curb, and the driver, bundled to the ears, climbs down to check a wheel. He gives the spokes a practiced thump, inspects the brass lanterns, then glances up as though aware of eyes above. He doesn't see you. He only sees windows, and windows mean instructions, and instructions mean someone else's day measured in tasks. He rubs his hands briskly, breath fogging, and returns to his perch. The butler appears at your shoulder with the morning papers on a silver tray, a tableau so smooth you could believe it happened by itself. Headlines stare up with inked certainty. Labor agitation in Pennsylvania, 2 columns wide. A smaller block about tariffs, another about a tenement fire that took 3 lives and no room for names. A society column, too, bright as a parasol. Mrs. A's reception, gowns described like landscapes. A list of who mattered yesterday. Your name appears just once today, attached to a whisper about consolidations and a rumor about rates. The sentence ends with sources close to the matter, and the matter is you. You read without reading for a while, letting the type blur, letting the shape of the day gather around you like a coat you will soon shrug into. The coffee warms your hands, and you hold the cup a little longer than needed, because heat is a simple kindness and asks nothing back. When you look up again, the boy with the newspaper bag, the one with ears red from cold, has made a sale to a man in a brown bowler. The man opens the paper at the corner and frowns. He reads while walking, avoiding those in his path with the reflex of practice. A woman with a basket scolds him, and he folds the paper to a narrow strip, an apology of movement more than words. You wonder what headline has set his mouth that way. It could be tariffs that will raise the cost of his coal, or a strike that will slow the train he waits for, or the tenement news that reminds him of the thinness of heated rooms. "Shall I ring for more hot water, sir?" Richardson asks, because the room's warmth has not kept pace with the space it has to fill. "If you would," you say, and the small bell on the side table answers for you, a polite tinkle that travels through wood and carpet to some silent switchboard in human form. Somewhere 2 floors below, a pair of hands lifts a kettle, and the whole house pivots by a single degree toward comfort. It is astonishing how many lives are arranged to move your needle. On the writing desk nearby, a pen rests in a glass stand. Beside it, a stack of monogrammed cards like the one Richardson gave you. You drift to the desk, set your cup down, and take one card, then another. The action feels minor, but the thought behind it does not. A handwritten word carries a different weight in this century. You don't yet know what you will write. Only that ink has a way of making gentleness last longer than a spoken promise. A knock at the outer door, a more robust knock than the valet's, brings a footman with a sealed envelope. "Special, sir," he says, and presents it with 2 hands. The seal bears the crest of one of your Western lines. Inside, a tidy, colorless report. Derailment averted near Omaha. Frost heave along a trestle. 2 men frostbitten on repair crew. Schedule kept. Morale adequate. You stare at the word adequate longer than you should. It is a respectable word. It leaves no trace. The footman waits a patient moment, just long enough to make clear that he is ready to carry a reply at once if you wish. You thank him without thinking, and he blinks. A soft startle that disappears as quickly as it came. The door closes with the hush of felt pads. The city brightens a shade. Someone has cleaned the inside of your window recently. No smudges interrupt the morning. Yet at the edges of the glass, faint frost flowers trace a ferny veil. You lift a fingertip to the pane and feel the cold, a little bite that grants you the honesty of weather. Even here, gilded as the room may be, winter still possesses a small authority. Richardson reappears with a kettle cloaked in a quilted cover, pours just enough water to restore the coffee's steam to that pleasing curl. "Carriage at 40 minutes, sir," he says. "Do you prefer the gray wool or the navy pinstripe?" "The navy," you answer, and the choice feels like choosing a tone of voice for the day. He lingers, an old oak of a man measuring the wind. "If I may, sir," he says, soft, like a shoe on carpet. The weather has a mind to spit snow by afternoon. I can see to the heavier greatcoat you nod. His care is professional, yes, and also personal, in the careful way of someone who has devoted a life to noticing small things. In another world, he might own a shop and know the names of the children who come by for penny sweets. Here, he owns the timing of a life that isn't his. A woman below negotiates a puddle, lifting her skirt just enough to save the hem. A boy appears by her elbow, not quite bold enough to take her arm, but bold enough to offer it like a question. She accepts, and their progress across the street becomes a tiny parade of courtesy. You feel something ease in your chest that all the coffee couldn't accomplish on its own. The room's clock, housed in a case of rosewood and brass, takes a self-important breath before sounding the half hour. You imagine the clockmaker tuning this voice, striking for solidity but not alarm. You will leave soon. You will go sit in a room on wheels to eat breakfast with men whose names can bend the price of everything. You will say very little or very much. You have not decided which will be safer. The newspaper lies open to the story of a fire on the Lower East Side. A stove tipped, a curtain caught, a family ran, and the hallway smoked fast, and some never reached the steps. The story is narrow as a column, and ends before it can tell you what happened to the family afterward. You look up. 5 floors below, a woman laughs, quick and real, at something a porter has said. The sound climbs the wall and breaks against your window, softer than a wave. The pen in your hand feels heavier than the watch. You draw a card closer and write a name you do know, the superintendent at the Pittsburgh mill. You write slowly, letting the words sound out as you would speak them if speaking were permitted to reach the same distance. You ask for a report on safety guards. You ask for the cost of mesh over gears. You ask, with a steady hand, for the number of boys under 14 on the floor, and you ask the superintendent to write their ages, not their job titles. You keep your sentences short, as if clarity might be its own heat. You pause before signing. The name is yours, but it does not feel like your voice. And yet, on this card, you let it be. You blot the ink, place the card into an envelope, and seal it with a wax that bears your crest by law, if not by heart. When you hand it to Richardson, he takes it without changing his expression. "At once, sir," he says, and you know that the letter's first journey will be a quiet one. From this room to a room below, then to a pocket, then to a hand at a telegraph counter, then to code, then to wire, then to snow, then to a man who will have to choose. Back at the window, the light has softened to that color that comes before snow when the sky decides to be consistent with itself. A policeman stands at the corner and talks with a street sweeper, the broom propped in his elbow like a violin. Their faces tilt toward one another, not with suspicion, but with the simple fellowship of those who begin work when the city is still buttoning its collar. A carriage passes with a crest you recognize. The woman inside lifts her veil a little and peers out not at you, but at the world that looks back at her as a surface. Her glove taps the glass twice. The driver answers with a touch to the brim. Communication can be clean without words. So can silence. You finish the coffee. The last sip is cooler, the cream richer, the sugar settled in a tiny crescent. You set cup and saucer together, as though reuniting them after a small journey. There is another cup if you wish it. There is always another cup. But the hour presses with its reasonable finger, and you yield without quarrel. "Your coat, sir," Richardson says. The navy jacket rests across a valet stand like a well-mannered guest. The greatcoat is heavier than it looks, a practical mercy against a sky that has decided to drift a little white. You let the sleeves find your arms, and a second pair of hands finds the shoulders and settles them without fuss. Gloves follow, then hat, then the final brush of the sleeve that means readiness in this house. At the threshold, you pause. The room has become a map of your morning, the saucer cooling, the window gathering the first nervous snow, the paper open to its most stubborn page. You think of the woman and the boy crossing the puddle. You think of the superintendent's neat, colorless report with its adequate. You think of a stove tipping, a curtain catching, a small hallway coughing smoke. And you think of the train waiting with caviar and decisions. "Shall I send word for the carriage to advance?" Richardson asks. "Please," you say, and the word feels less like permission than like an agreement between two people that the day will begin and you will meet it with your best set of manners. A footman opens the door to the corridor. The house air shifts with the subtle inland tide of halls and staircases. You carry with you the last warmth of the cup and the small, ordinary knowledge that the city below is full of people beginning in simpler rooms with cheaper coffee and no silver tray within reach. The window no longer holds you. The world does. By the time you reach the stairs, the first flakes brush the glass dome of the skylight and hesitate there, wondering whether to melt. Somewhere a maid laughs again, and this time you smile before you catch yourself. It is not forbidden to smile, even here. It's only rare. You step toward the day not as a conqueror, but as a person who has had a good cup of coffee and a better look out of a window. Sometimes that is enough to shift a line. Not much, but enough to notice. Curtains open, yet distance lingers unspoken. The house is fully awake now, though awake in a place like this means something different than it does for ordinary homes. Here, waking is an orchestration. It is not the sound of one kettle whistling in a narrow kitchen, or a single mother's call up a flight of wooden stairs. It is the measured sweep of a broom along marble, the gloved twist of a doorknob, the creak of a hinge carefully oiled. It is dozens of small, well-rehearsed gestures, each one silent on its own, but together making a hum. as steady as the breathing of a giant at rest. You descend into it, buttoned and gloved, Richardson half a step behind. The corridors are broad, paneled in wood too rare to be carved again, polished daily until they gleam like the surface of still water. Curtains have been drawn wide. Winter light enters reluctantly, pale as milk. It paints long rectangles across the parquet floors and dies at the feet of statues that hold their vigil in every alcove. Servants appear in doorways, their expressions respectful, their eyes lowered. They do not speak, though you feel their attention as surely as if it pressed against your coat. Each one bows, or curtsies, a small dip of the head. Their movements are respectful, but they are also distancing. It is not closeness. It is not family. It is the carefully drawn line between those who live to serve and the one they serve. You nod in return, though you sense that the nod is unusual, a courtesy not often offered back. A ripple stirs in their eyes when you do it, surprise, curiosity, but it vanishes as quickly as it came. The butler steps forward at the landing, perfectly timed, as if his entire body were set to a metronome only he can hear. "Carriage will be ready in 15 minutes, sir," he says. His voice is as crisp as the starch in his collar. The halls smell faintly of beeswax and coal smoke, a mixture that belongs nowhere but in a house like this. Beeswax from the endless polishing of wood, coal smoke drifting from the unseen furnaces that make the house livable against winter's bite. The smells layer themselves on one another, just as wealth here is layered upon labor, opulence upon exhaustion. In one corridor, you pass a maid who holds a basket of linen. The fabric is monogrammed, each piece pressed so flat it looks like a sheet of ivory. She freezes when she sees you, dipping a quick curtsy, her knuckles whitening against the wicker handle. You give her the smallest smile, and it breaks her composure just enough that her eyes flicker up to yours. There is something there, something human, weary and alive. But she lowers her gaze at once and steps back into the wall as though to erase herself. The moment passes. You realize then how strong the walls are. Not just the stone, but the invisible walls, the rules that divide servant and served, rich and poor, those who command and those who obey. Even in the heart of your own home, you are separated from people whose lives brush yours every hour. They breathe the same air, but it is not shared. They move through the same rooms, but always at a distance. The butler gestures toward the gallery, as if to remind you of what is truly valued here. The paintings hang in solemn rows, imported canvases heavy with oil and history, landscapes from Italy, portraits from France, Dutch still lifes with fruit painted so lushly it might rot if you stared long enough. Every painting tells a story of travel and wealth, but none of them are stories of the people who live here day by day. Not a single servant's face has ever been painted for these walls. You pause at a portrait of a stern man in black, his hand resting on a globe. He looks down with eyes that seem to measure. A plaque identifies him as some merchant ancestor who founded a fortune on shipping routes. The brushstrokes grant him dignity, but the eyes you meet in your own reflection do not feel dignified. They feel questioned. Richardson clears his throat softly. The sound is meant not to rush you, but to remind you of the time. You nod, and the two of you continue down the stairs. The marble catches your steps and throws them back, a cold echo. The house is never truly quiet, even when no one speaks. Its spaces are too large for silence to fill. Instead, silence hangs in corners, wary and incomplete. At the base of the stair, 2 footmen wait to open the tall double doors. They stand perfectly still until you reach them, then move in perfect unison, their white gloves catching on brass handles polished to a shine. The doors swing outward, and cold air rushes in like an uninvited guest. The drive outside has been swept clear, though the snow has begun to fall again. It drifts in slow spirals, catching on the fur trim of your greatcoat, dissolving before it can settle. The carriage stands ready, its wheels dark against the pale ground, the horses shifting restlessly as steam curls from their nostrils. The driver touches his cap, his breath clouding around the brim. Behind you, the doors close. You hear the click of the latch, deep and final. Inside remains one world. Outside, another. You step into the carriage, Richardson climbing in after. The interior smells of leather and wool, faintly sweetened by the cedar box beneath the seat where extra gloves and blankets are stored. You settle in, and the horses pull forward. Through the glass, the house slides away behind you, its windows blank and watching. The city grows louder as you leave the avenue. Carriages crowd the street, wheels spraying slush, drivers calling out. The sidewalks fill with figures in heavy coats, children darting between them with baskets, women balancing parcels, men with collars turned high against the cold. The wealth of your world sits only blocks from this other world, but the difference is immeasurable. A man hunches against a lamppost, cap in hand. His boots are worn through at the toe. He does not look up as your carriage passes, but you look at him, and the sight presses against your chest like a stone. His silence is another kind of wall, the wall of resignation, of someone who knows carriages like yours never stop for him. In that moment, you feel the velvet curtain drawn between classes. It is not just cloth. It is expectation, habit, rule. It is the space between your hand warming around porcelain in a gilded room and his hand bare in the cold. That space is the true architecture of the Gilded Age. Richardson, noticing your gaze, shifts as if to speak, but thinks better of it. His silence is also part of the wall. He knows what can be said and what cannot. You realize that even he, who has served so close for so long, is kept at arm's length by invisible rules. He knows your measurements, your schedule, the texture of your collars. But he does not know your mind, and you do not know his heart. The carriage rolls on. The city unfolds like a tapestry, each thread alive with sound and motion, but woven into two very different halves. Shops with glowing windows for the fortunate, crowded tenements where laundry freezes on the line, churches with bells calling the faithful, saloons with doors swinging to men who need more than prayer, and always the velvet distance, separating them like the fabric between stage and audience. It is in this distance you realize that the Gilded Age truly exists, not in the houses themselves, nor in the fortunes, but in the silence between people who share the same streets, yet never share the same lives. The horses clatter on, the city swallowing you into its pulse. You lean back, the quilted blanket across your lap, warm, but not comforting. Beyond the glass, a child looks up as the carriage passes. His eyes are bright, wide, unguarded. He sees you. He sees the carriage. And in that brief glance is the reminder that walls, no matter how invisible, are never entirely complete. Each button fastened with patient, careful hands. There is a second morning inside the first, the one that begins not with sunlight, but with cloth. You discover it in the small compartment of your private rail car, a room narrower than your dressing chamber at home, but arranged with an almost nautical economy. Walnut hooks hold jackets like quiet sentries. A narrow shelf runs beneath a mirror, its edge padded to protect watch chains and cufflinks from skittering away when the train moves. The porter has drawn the shades halfway, so daylight comes in as a tempered ribbon, gray and well-mannered. Richardson is already there, as if conjured by intention rather than footfall. He has brought a neat traveling rack, 2 suits, a spare waistcoat, collars in a velvet-lined case, hats nested like bowls, gloves folded palm to palm as if in prayer. He sets a small brush on the shelf, then another, each designed for a purpose you have never had to learn. Velvet for lint, boar bristle for nap, horsehair for polish. His hands move with the soft assurance of someone who has repeated these gestures more often than he has spoken certain words. "Your meeting attire, sir," he says, and the word attire carries more freight than it should. What one wears to speak with men who set rates is as considered as what one says, perhaps more. He opens a shallow drawer and reveals a forest of studs and links arranged like chessmen. Onyx dots in gold settings, mother of pearl that looks like cooled moonlight, a pair of diamonds so bright they seem to make a sound. You reach for the simplest set without thinking, the gray pearl whose sheen is more whisper than declaration. Richardson observes, and if he feels surprise, he does not show it. He rotates the case a fraction so the chosen pieces rest nearest your hand, a tiny edit in the composition of the morning. The car sways, and the mirror gives back a slow-breathing version of yourself. Richardson steadies the jacket on its hanger with 2 fingers. The fabric is worsted wool, dense and compliant, fine enough that it falls in a clean line even without a man inside it. "If you'll allow," he says, and lifts the collar of your shirt to secure the stud. The movement draws him close, and for a moment you feel the warmth of another person in this pared-down world of wood and brass. The ritual proceeds like a liturgy learned by 2. A sleeve presented, a cuff turned back, a tie laid across the throat, smoothed to a calm ribbon. You watch Richardson's hands more than the result, how he keeps the knot low until the last pull, how he measures the narrow end with his thumb before committing, how he draws the silk through not with a tug, but with a firm patience that asks the fabric to obey rather than forces it. When he is done, the knot sits like a well-chosen word, not clever, not dull, suited to its sentence. The collar follows, a separate creature in this age, starched and curved like a crescent blade. It clicks into place against tiny studs that you have never properly noticed. The starched edge kisses your jaw with a cool insistence. Fashion has its small disciplines. You tilt your head and feel the promise of propriety in that inch of linen. "Gloves?" he asks, and you nod, though indoors. In this world, a gentleman may need gloves before he needs gloves. Readiness itself is a garment. He slips them into the inner pocket, fingers nested, a pair of quiet birds at rest. From the corridor, the faintest clink of glass reminds you that breakfast arrangements are underway in the adjoining salon. The car's steward may be aligning forks that will meet caviar, or polishing a dome that will shelter eggs as they cross a track. The train hums beneath, its metal confidence running like a low river. Richardson kneels with the shoehorn, horn in truth, shaped by time into a curved, forgiving tongue. The boots are mirror black but not gaudy, polished last night by someone whose name you have not asked. He holds the horn to the heel and presents the boot's small, dark room to your foot. You step in gently, mindful as a guest. The leather closes around you with that particular quiet you only notice when you are listening for it. He rises and brushes the jacket once, twice, barely more than a breath. "There," he says, and it is not there as incompleted. but there is in a line. The man in the mirror is as finished as a sentence before it leaves the pen. You stand still, not to be admired, but to consider. This ritual is not nothing. It is a way of building a person out of fabric and habit, of relying on another's steadier hands to put your day in order. You think of the lives stitched invisibly into these garments, fingers that carded and spun, eyes that matched seams in poor light, backs that bent over treadles, while a foreman's clock kept the room in its grip. A single button here, a single button there. How many hands? The thought does not accuse, but it does not release you either. It simply stands beside you in the mirror. The case of collars carries a faint scent of starch and sun. Someone has boiled linen somewhere outside the city, pegged it to a line, snapped it crisp in clean air before pressing its resistance into obedience. In that thought is a field and a bucket and a woman's arm strong from lifting. You touch the edge of the collar with a fingertip, and for a moment, very briefly, the whole chain of labor becomes tenderly visible. It makes the collar easier to wear. "Shall I retrieve the gray waistcoat as well, sir?" Richardson asks. You hesitate. The navy is enough, you decide, and he nods as if you have chosen the second best word and therefore the best path. He returns the waistcoat to its place, and the small door sighs closed with a civilized click. On the shelf sits a brush with a handle worn smooth by years. "My father's," Richardson says, unprompted, and then pauses, aware he has stepped beyond a line. He looks to you as one might look to a judge before whom a harmless truth has accidentally been blurted. "I'm glad you keep it," you say. The answer lands softly in the space between you. He inclines his head, the kind of gratitude that fits within a house like this without disturbing its furniture. He does not say more, but when he picks up the brush, his thumb finds its old groove, and for a second you see him not as an extension of your coat, but as a man whose father taught him how to draw lint from wool without waking the weave. He places a narrow velvet pad on your shoulder and warms it with his hand before he sets the chain of your watch across it to judge the drop. The chain is heavy, the watch heavier, and together they draw a small diagonal from button to pocket that is somehow pleasing. He pinches the chain lightly, moves the bar a finger's width, and the line becomes balanced. It is a trivial science that matters more than it should. Balance is what the day will not otherwise offer you. A tiny leather roll unfurls to reveal needles threaded in advance. Black, charcoal, midnight, the many shades of dark that a gentleman never considers distinct until thread must vanish into cloth. "For emergencies," he says. The train gives a courtesy lurch and settles. You think, how many emergencies in a life like this are solved by a hidden needle and a patient hand? More than you know. Perhaps most. He chooses studs last, the gray pearls you pointed to earlier. He turns each in his fingers before giving it to you, a ritual within the ritual, as if he is offering not jewelry, but a calm. The pearls sit at your throat like 3 small moons that forgot to shine. They do their work by refusing to announce themselves. You fasten the final one with care and feel, unexpectedly, relief. "Will there be anything else, sir?" Richardson asks, the old formula stepping forward like a well-trained dog. You look toward the mirror and then away. "A name," you say, and he waits. "Of the man who polished the boots last night." He considers, eyes moving to the side, not as evasion, but as search. "Calder, sir." He's new to the car since autumn. Arrived from Albany when the weather turned. "Calder," you repeat, as if saying it might stitch the person to the boot in a way that could not be undone. "Please thank him for the care." Yes, sir. He says it without emphasis, but you notice that he places the brush down with a touch that seems to honor two people now instead of one. The porter knocks, a hitching gentleness learned from doors finer than any he will own. Gentlemen are arriving, he says through the panel. Mr. Morgan is already in the salon. Mr. Carnegie is expected directly. In a moment, you answer, and your voice sounds ready, though not armored. The mirror grants you one last glance. River dark wool, tie like a quiet command, collar surrendering to its crease. There is power in a costume, but today you hope it can be turned just enough toward mercy. Richardson reaches for the coat brush again, considers, then sets it down. You are quite right as you are, sir. The words are an absolution you did not request. The ritual ends the way most endings occur in this century. Not with a flourish, but with an arrangement concluded. A drawer eased closed. A pair of gloves aligned beside a hat. You lift the hat, not to wear it yet, but to feel the curve of its brim under your thumb. That firm arc that makes strangers see a particular kind of man and step around or toward him accordingly. You replace it carefully. You suspect there will be plenty of time today to be seen. Richardson, you say, and he pauses. For the winter, request heavier socks for the crew. Charge them to my account. You add, before he can demur, no notation in their ledgers. His expression barely changes, and yet you watch a flicker move through him, like a draft through a house that has learned to close every seam. Very good, sir. Also, you add, no boys under 14 on mill floors. Draft the order and have the telegraph sent before we couple. He meets your eyes then, truly meets them. You do not search his face for agreement. Agreement is not required. But you look for understanding, and you find it. I will see it done, he says. There it is, the smallest of tides turning inside the larger sea of your day. The ritual of dressing, meant to prepare a body for power, has prepared a mind for a different kind of posture, one that remembers hands and feet and winters and names. You move toward the door, and the corridor breathes its polished air on you. Before you go, you glance back at the little room. The collar case gleams, the brush waits, the velvet pad holds its faint warmth. A life could be spent inside these careful customs, and many men would call it good. Perhaps it can be better, you think, if every button closed is also a door opened somewhere else. The porter steps aside as you pass. At the threshold, you think of Calder, and of the woman who boiled the linen, and of all the people whose fingers have met your morning without ever touching your sleeve. You carry them with you, not as a weight, but as a lining. The salon door stands ahead, voices low beyond it, whiskey already speaking in a glass, a clock clearing its throat. You smooth your tie once, not from vanity, but with the quiet superstition that a knot laid calmly can keep a conversation from fraying. The knob is cool in your hand. You open the door. Silver trays gleam while silence tells its own story. The train has settled into its rhythm, a low chant of wheels on rails that feels almost like a heartbeat under your feet. When you leave the narrow dressing room, the corridor smells faintly of polished wood and roasted coffee. Light filters in through beveled glass, softened by curtains drawn halfway against the glare. Richardson follows at a respectful pace, but it is the steward who opens the door to the salon. Inside, the morning has already been staged. A table draped in white linen gleams with china and silver. Crystal glasses wait like mute instruments, arranged with precision only the servants seem to understand. A dome of polished silver conceals some dish still breathing steam, and at the center, between folded napkins, sits a newspaper, its headline bold and unapologetic about unrest far from this private railcar. Mr. Morgan is already installed in one of the velvet armchairs, his bulk demanding space even before he speaks. He holds a glass of whiskey, though the clock says not yet 9. His nose, bulbous and dark from that condition the books would later whisper about, catches the light in a way that makes you avert your eyes. His stare, however, is unmissable. 2 gray points, as steady as the tracks themselves. Vander Hughes, he says without rising, as though names are handshakes sufficient in themselves. You're late. The words arrive without heat, but they carry judgment nonetheless. You offer the safest excuse. Traffic. Morgan grunts, unimpressed yet not moved to press. He gestures toward the sideboard, where decanters wait among crystal tumblers. Help yourself. You pour only enough to wet the lip of the glass. The amber liquid glows in the morning light, extravagant, unnecessary. The smell alone would cost a laborer his day's wage. You set the glass down without drinking. The steward removes the dome with a flourish, learned in fine hotels. Beneath lies a platter of smoked salmon, laid like ribbons across porcelain. A second dome reveals eggs coddled just so, yolks golden and trembling. Another unveils rashers of bacon curled like commas in a sentence too long to end. Each dish, a painter's arrangement. Each portion enough to feed a household. You take your seat opposite, Morgan. The chair swallows you, upholstered in velvet dark as midnight. A servant fills your cup with coffee before you can nod, rich and steaming, sugared and creamed by habit not your own. The first sip burns, then soothes, but the sweetness lingers too long. It tastes of someone else's preferences, an inherited indulgence. Morgan flips a page of the newspaper. His thick fingers smudge ink into the margins. Steel mill strike, he mutters, voice low but edged. Pinkerton's called in. A nuisance, but manageable. He lifts his eyes. It isn't your mill, is it? You hesitate a second too long. There are always disturbances, you say. The words sound like they were borrowed, and perhaps they were, from a man you've become, but never agreed to be. Before Morgan can reply, the door opens again. Carnegie steps in, shorter than you expected, with a neat beard and a smile that flickers like sunlight between clouds. His Scottish burr is softened by decades of American air, but it lingers in the vowels. Gentlemen, he greets, pulling off gloves stitched from finest kid leather. My apologies. Some of my men thought lying across the rails might prevent us from traveling. Can you imagine such cheek? He laughs, and the laugh is too hearty for the story. Morgan joins in, his laugh a grunt more than a sound. You manage a smile that doesn't quite reach your eyes. The steward announces breakfast is served. He gestures toward the dining table set against windows that frame the Hudson River, gliding past in muted blue-gray. The 3 of you move toward it, each step accompanied by servants who pull out chairs, pour water, arrange napkins with choreographed grace. The table is ridiculous for 3 men, wide enough for 12, crystal chandeliers swaying above as though they've been waiting for a ballroom. Silver dishes line the center, like fortresses defending their contents. The steward begins serving portions you will never finish. Carnegie spreads caviar onto toast, with the ease of a man who once lived on porridge, but forgot nothing of hunger. $3 a day, he says casually, and still they complain. His eyes sparkle with amusement, as though recounting a child's tantrum. 12 hours of honest work never harmed anyone. You freeze with fork in hand. $3 for 12 hours among molten steel, roaring furnaces, blades of machinery sharper than reason, 25 cents an hour, less than a loaf of bread in some markets. You manage to lower the fork without comment. Morgan wipes his mouth with a napkin. Let them strike. There are always more men at the docks waiting for work. His tone is flat, like he is reciting the weather. The words settle into you heavier than the velvet chair. You glance out the window at the river, the water carrying reflections of sunlight you know will never touch the men in those mills. The steward brings fresh rolls, still steaming, their crusts glossy with butter. You break one open, and the scent is so rich it almost turns your stomach. You picture instead a family tearing one loaf into 5 portions, each piece small enough to hide in a palm, each mouthful a quiet mercy. Morgan leans forward. You've always been clever, Vander Hughes. The Burlington deal proved that. Cold-blooded but effective. The words chill you. What Burlington deal? What coldness is he praising? You nod faintly, letting the remark float away like ash. Carnegie lifts his glass of coffee. To Enterprise, he declares. The others lift theirs. You follow, but the words catch in your throat. The conversation turns sharper. Morgan unfolds a portfolio filled with papers, stock certificates, rate sheets, maps inked with heavy lines. Together, we control enough rail to dictate freight rates across half the country, he says. We will not waste that leverage. Carnegie smears butter on another roll. Farmers will howl, of course, they always do, but they'll pay, they must. Grain rots without transport. And the factories? You ask softly. They'll pay more as well? Morgan's gaze cuts to you. Naturally. Costs pass along. Always have. Always will. Carnegie chuckles. The beauty of it, George, is that the public blames Washington. Never us. The steward refills your cup though you haven't finished the first. The coffee sits black as coal in porcelain thin as eggshell. Your hands tremble slightly as you set it back down. Morgan produces a pen, heavy gold, its nib glistening. The agreement only needs your signature. The paper before you details rates that will squeeze farmers already at the edge, crush small manufacturers, and funnel profit into the hands at this table. The ink waits, patient and damning. Your stomach twists. You hear echoes of the coachman on the street, his voice low as he warned another footman about a man crippled at your rails. You see the beggar's outstretched arm, the gaunt face turned away too quickly. The salmon glistens on your plate, untouched. The chandelier trembles slightly as the train rounds a curve, its crystals scattering prisms that feel mocking. Gentlemen, you say, your voice thinner than intended, are there not considerations? The law? Carnegie barks a laugh. The Interstate Commerce Commission. A paper tiger. Its commissioners will be seeking our employment when their terms end. Morgan's eyes narrow. Do you hesitate, Vander Hughes? The weight of the moment presses like the velvet curtains closing. You picture Constance at her writing desk, her hope pinned to invitations and alliances. You picture children in soot-dark alleys, selling papers with voices that should still be singing in schoolrooms. You take a slow breath, and the air tastes of smoke, salt, and wealth. I will review the terms, you say, not committing, not rejecting. Morgan grunts, unimpressed, but not yet angered. Carnegie shrugs, unconcerned, reaching for another slice of bread. The steward clears plates barely touched. The sound of silver on porcelain is the loudest voice in the room for a moment. Beyond the glass, the Hudson continues its patient glide. On its far banks, trees stand bare, their branches etched against the pale sky. You think of the forests being felled for timber, the river choked by industry, beauty like labor, consumed without thought. Morgan folds the papers back into his portfolio. "We'll revisit in Garrison," he says. His voice is final, a gavel in the quiet car. Carnegie drains his cup. "Splendid. By then, Huntington will have learned the cost of crossing us." You push back from the table, appetite gone. The steward hovers, uncertain whether to clear your plate or let it stand as theater. "That will be all," you murmur. The men rise, their conversation shifting to yachts and hunting trips, as if the fates of thousands are not ink drying on paper behind them. You step toward the window, away from the food, the silver, the plans. Outside, the river sparkles, indifferent, carrying reflections of a sun that shines equally on mills and mansions. The steward clears the last plate. The room returns to order, the ritual of abundance reset for another day. And in that stillness, you feel the true weight of breakfast, not in food consumed, but in choices deferred, in silences that taste of complicity. Marble steps shine while voices hide in velvet halls. The carriage door swings shut with a solid thud, muffling the sounds of the street. Inside, the air smells faintly of leather, tobacco, and polish. The horses stamp against the cobblestones, restless, and then the wheels jolt forward. You settle into the seat, upholstered in butter-soft hide, yet it feels stiff against your back. The city outside is alive in a way your private compartments never allow you to see. Hooves beat a rhythm against stone. Wheels rattle over uneven paving. Vendors call out in a dozen accents: Irish, Italian, German, each syllable carrying the grit of survival. Smoke from coal stoves mixes with the sour tang of manure. New York in 1895 is not the marble staircases and chandeliers you've been shown. It is this: raw, loud, human. As the carriage turns onto Fifth Avenue, the sounds soften. The avenue is wide, straight, a grand boulevard meant to display more than to serve. Mansions rise on either side, each straining to outshine its neighbor. Limestone, granite, marble, all carved into facades that borrow from Europe. French chateaux and Italian palazzi, layered like costumes on American ambition. Your own home waits among them, Breakwater Hall's city counterpart. The horses slow, their hooves clicking more politely now. A line of young nursemaids crosses the avenue, pushing prams with infants swaddled in lace, the children of the privileged. Behind them, a boy no older than 12 shoulders a crate heavier than his frame, his bare fingers red with cold. He staggers, ignored. The contrast slices sharp, yet unseen by most who ride here. The carriage climbs the gentle rise, drawing near the familiar block where names like Vanderbilt and Gould inscribe themselves into the stone. At the top of the steps, your butler waits, his black coat buttoned to the throat. He opens the door as if he has been watching for the carriage's arrival all morning. "Welcome home, sir," he intones, bowing slightly. Inside, the foyer gleams. Marble floors reflect the glow of gas lamps dressed up to look like electric bulbs. Paintings line the walls, each framed in gilt heavy enough to pay a family's rent for a year. Their painted eyes watch you as you cross the hall. Somewhere upstairs, footsteps shuffle quickly, servants disappearing before you can see them, as if the house itself breathes but never reveals its lungs. You climb the staircase, hand brushing the polished mahogany rail, worn smooth by years of silent polishing. On the landing, a mirror greets you. For a moment you pause, caught by the reflection. The man staring back wears a suit tailored to perfection, cufflinks that sparkle discreetly, hair smoothed without a strand out of place. He looks every inch the Gilded Age magnate. yet the eyes seem borrowed, uncertain, as though they belong to another. Richardson clears his throat softly behind you, waiting for direction. You nod, dismissing him toward the dressing rooms, and continue down the corridor. The carpets swallow your footsteps, thick enough to mute even guilt. You pass a row of closed doors, rooms for guests, rooms for children away at schools and tours, rooms unused but waiting, as though abundance itself is a duty to display. At last, you enter the morning room. Sunlight pours through tall windows, softened by lace curtains that ripple in the draft. The room smells faintly of roses, though it is February. A coal fire burns in the grate, tended before you arrived. And there, seated at a small desk with monogrammed stationery, is Constance. She looks up as you enter, her pen poised mid-sentence. Her gown is simple by the standards of her peers, cream silk with modest lace trim, yet it radiates a refinement beyond cost. Her hair is arranged in an elaborate style, each pin invisible, the effect both commanding and fragile. "George," she says, not rising. The name falls heavy, a reminder of the identity you wear but have never earned. "You'll be attending Mrs. Astor's reception with me this afternoon?" Her tone leaves little room for refusal, yet you sense more than duty in her words. You answer carefully. "Of course." 3 o'clock. She studies you a moment longer, head tilted slightly. "You seem different today." Different. The word lingers. How does she measure you? By the sharpness of your answers, the distance in your manner, the ease with which you usually play this role. You give a half smile, unsure whether it convinces. Perhaps the morning with Morgan and Carnegie left its mark. They can test a man's patience. A faint smile touches her lips. That they can. Still, you've always been their equal in stubbornness. Her voice softens, just enough to reveal a trace of warmth. For an instant, you glimpse something buried beneath years of obligation and calculation. A woman who perhaps once hoped for affection, for partnership, not merely alliance. The moment passes as quickly as it arrives. She gestures toward the small table set for luncheon. "Will you join me?" The chef has prepared quail salad. I find I tire of dining alone. The words prick sharper than intended. You nod, and soon the two of you sit opposite one another, silver utensils glinting against porcelain. The quail is arranged artfully, its bones hidden, its flavor delicate. Servants glide in and out like shadows, pouring water, clearing plates, refilling dishes you have barely touched. Conversation unfolds cautiously at first, mentions of your son Edward at boarding school, of Elizabeth touring Europe with her governess. Constance speaks with pride, but also with a note of calculation. Each detail serves to position her children correctly in the grand ledger of society. Yet as the minutes pass, something gentler surfaces. She remarks on a novel she has been reading, her voice momentarily animated. You find yourself listening not as a tycoon or a strategist, but as a man sharing a meal with a companion who carries her own hidden longings. The discovery unsettles and comforts in equal measure. After the final dish is cleared and the servants dismissed, silence fills the room. The fire crackles. Constance folds her napkin with deliberate precision. "Caroline will be watching closely today," she says at last. "Our position is stronger, but fragile still. Appearances matter, appearances. You think of the gilded ceilings, the marble staircases, the endless ceremonies of wealth. Appearances have become reality here." You nod, promising the performance required. As she rises to prepare for the reception, you linger a moment longer in the morning room. Outside, The avenue stretches wide and orderly, but you remember the other New York just blocks away. Crowded tenements, hungry children, workers bruised by the same hands that polish these silver trays. The silence of the room presses heavy, as though asking whether you will speak or remain another echo in these velvet halls. Outside clamors, inside silence holds sway. The day makes a gentle turn toward afternoon, and with it the house shifts to a quieter key. Fires are banked a notch, curtains drawn to soften the winter glare, and voices drop as if the very walls have asked for courtesy. Constance has climbed the stairs with her maid to prepare, silk and pins and patient hands, leaving you to the hush that follows a shared meal. You stand in the entrance hall a moment longer than needed, listening to the building breathe, a distant T-cart's wheels, the creak of a door that has been opened carefully every day for years, the rhythm of your own heart, unsteady but present. "Carriage in 5 minutes, sir," the butler says, appearing where a column meets shadow. He speaks as if announcing the weather. His eyes take in your coat, your gloves, the set of your hat, and with a single nod, he accepts the picture you present. Appearances, you were told, will be examined this afternoon like coin in a banker's hand. You draw on the greatcoat with Richardson's help. The wool is dense and forgiving, the collar rising to meet your jaw. He brushes the sleeve in one long, unhurried stroke, ritual as reassurance, and steps back. "Snow's lighter now," he mentions, allowing himself that much weather between the two of you. "Streets are wet, not bad." A small kindness, information without burden. The doors open on their polished hinges, and the winter day steps forward. Air touches your face like a cool cloth. At the curb, the landau waits, panels shining black as fresh ink, the horses tossing their heads as if eager to write their own paragraph on the avenue. 2 footmen stand like matched notes on either side of the steps. One lowers the folding step, the other steadies your hand without taking it, the practiced courtesy of someone trained never to presume. Inside, the world changes key again. Leather receives you. Brass fittings hold their soft gleam. The glass panels render the street in watercolor. Across from you, a lap robe has been arranged with the neatness of a hospital sheet. It bears your monogram in a tone so close to the cloth that only a familiar eye would catch it. You pull it over your knees and feel the carriage's warmth gathering in the small space between your shins and the heated brick tucked below the seat. The coachman clicks his tongue. Hooves answer, irons striking stone in an old, confident rhythm. The carriage moves, and the house slides behind you. Its eyes, those tall windows, watching without judgment. Inside that shell of stone, servants step back into their routines. Fires consider their embers, and the clock continues its tidy arithmetic. Outside, the avenue spreads like a clean ribbon, lined edge to edge with houses that seem to converse in limestone. Fifth Avenue wears its wealth like a perfectly cut coat. The facades stand in measured rows, none shirking, none slouching, each borrowing beauty from older continents and stating frankly that it can afford to do so. Here, a French roof folds into a slate hat. There, a palazzo flexes its cornice. A balcony tests the air like a hand. Door knockers shaped as lions pretend they've always lived in New York. The whole street is a grammar of having. Within the carriage, quiet holds sway. Sound reaches you, but only after it has crossed fields of glass and velvet. Vendors' calls become softened syllables. The crack of a whip is reduced to a punctuation mark. A woman's laughter on a stoop lands as a bright fleck of color and then dissolves. Even the cold has to knock twice before it gains admittance. At the corner, a policeman lifts a gloved hand. Traffic slows to a civil shuffle. A laundress crosses, shoulders squared against the wind, a wicker basket braced on her hip. Steam still curls from the cloth she carries, warmer than the street, warmer than her thin coat. A young man steps forward to clear a slush ridge with the flat of his boot. She nods without losing the rhythm of her stride. It is a small exchange, practiced by necessity, a courtesy that costs time rather than money. Your horses take the hill with tidy pride. The coachman's back, broad under wool, leans a degree, then eases. A small boy runs along the curb, keeping pace just long enough to count spokes and grin at his own quickness. When he tires, he peels away, triumphant in a victory measured by breath alone. His hat sits at a poor angle. He does not fix it. There is a happiness there too simple to be the subject of a column. The light has changed since morning. Snow, having said its piece, has begun to withdraw. It leaves behind a shine on the stones, a brightness along the rails, tiny mirrors in the puddles. Ladies' hems lift and fall like gulls. A messenger wades through the slack tide with letters kept high, the future of small rooms folded in his fist. Your carriage rolls past without jostle. Its springs keep the world's unevenness at bay. You pass a church whose doors open on a whiff of beeswax and hymn. A handful of parishioners emerges, collars up, whispers still clinging to their mouths. A woman pauses to put a coin into a wooden box fixed to the rail. A thin slot for thin chances. The coin sound is swallowed by the street at once. Not all giving announces itself. On the opposite corner, a window display claims attention with brass lamps and porcelain bowls. Each item poised as if it has been addressed by name and asked to stand up straight. A clerk within resets a plate by an inch, unaware, or perfectly aware, that you can see him. The inch matters because the owner says it does. The plate obeys because that is the plate's portion of the day. The carriage passes into a narrower bit of avenue where buildings lean closer. Here, though the stone wears the same expensive face, you catch other breaths. Yeast from a bakery laddered with loaves. Spirits from a door with a small green lamp above it. Ink from a stationer's that has promised good paper since before the war. Nearby, a newsboy tests a new cry, discovering which word in the headline can carry the farthest on a tired throat. He tries fire, and men turn. He tries tariff, and men shrug. He tries strike, and the wind seems to take the word away from him like a game. On your right, a line of nursemaids pushes proms toward the park. Their bonnets look like ships under full sail, their gloves new enough to creak faintly when they bend their fingers. Inside the carriages, the babies sleep or do not, rosy in a kind of comfort yet uncomprehending. One nurse points something out to another, the simple drama of a loose dog, and they share a quick laugh that needs warmth back into the cold afternoon. At the curb just ahead, a man mends a boot on a portable stand. He works with his head bowed, thumbs black with polish, mouth pinched in concentration. The owner, a clerk in cuffs, stands in his stockinged feet pretending not to shiver. Two worlds, one kneeling, one upright, both dependent on the leather being sound before the hour strikes again. Your carriage slows only a heartbeat to avoid a wagon turning broadside. You see the bootmaker's needle pass cleanly through and bite sunlight on the far side like a fish. Inside the carriage, your breath fogs the glass in a pale crescent that vanishes as quickly as thought. You sketch a tiny arc in it with one gloved knuckle and wipe it away at once, a private mischief of a boy hidden in a man's coat. The glass resumes its duty of dividing. It is kind glass, clear, strong, polished, but a boundary all the same. Richardson sits opposite, hands folded. He He occupies as little space as a full-grown man can. Now and then his eyes flick to the window, not to sightsee, but to measure hazards on your behalf. A drayman too bold, a wheel too eager to claim the same strip of street, a group of boys with more energy than sense. His attention lives in angles you do not have to learn. You think of the collars and the brush with his father's worn handle, a life honed to smooth the world around someone else. Mrs. Astor's is near, he says, and the fact is both a destination and a test. The houses here grow a shade more restrained, their elegance is assured, less eager to prove its existence. Old money keeps its voice low even in stone. At a particularly dignified corner, the line of carriages has begun. A footman steps down from the rear platform of one and clears slush from the steps with the ease of long habit. Another carriage ahead discharges a couple whose names would fill 2 lines in any society column. The woman's dress is the shade of a shadow in ice. The doorman, in livery that wears its own history, sweeps the air just enough to usher them into warmth and notice. Your horses cue without complaint. The coachman lifts a gloved palm toward the team, and the gesture has authority earned in snow and July heat alike. A page in knee pants, colder than pride will admit, jogs back and forth along the curb to keep his feet from scolding him. He casts a glance at your crest, schooling his face into impassivity, even as he memorizes it for later retelling in the servants' hall. Who came? Who lingered? Who looked? Who did not? In the pause, the city's other voice rises from the cross street. Clatter from a milk wagon, a cough, the low call of a vendor selling chestnuts, their shells cracking like small promises in a drum of heat. The scent reaches even into your fine box of a vehicle, and for an instant, the reception you're about to enter feels far away, as though it belongs to another season entirely. A man in a shabby overcoat steps too close to the line of carriages and is corrected by a porter with a movement so slight it barely qualifies as a gesture. The man steps back without argument. He is not admitted into the stream, not even to cross it. The velvet rope is invisible, but no less present. He turns up his collar and waits for a gap that will not come for some time. Your door opens. Cold air and order arrive together. The footman's hand hovers where it will be useful and not intimate. You descend into the light that carriages and gas jets conspire to make golden. For a moment, you stand in the threshold between worlds. The street's whetstone and the carpeted runner, the hiss of tires and the hush of thick curtains, lives carried, lives displayed. The steps rise in a patient fan. At their top, a doorman accepts your name as if collecting a coin. Mr. and Mrs. Vander Hughes, he announces inward, though Constance has not yet alighted from the second carriage behind you. Names here operate in pairs. The room beyond will open space for both even when only one stands upon the first tile. Constance's carriage pulls even. She appears swathed in a blue that understands winter's light, the dress finishing in a flourish of lace that could have been a wave if it had not decided to be a collar. The maid who rode inside hands her a small wrap, and Constance settles it with a motion that might have looked grand to those who calculate grandeur, but reads to you as simple practice. One more thing she has learned to make look easy for the sake of all the eyes. You offer your arm. She takes it. Together you pass through the doors into a vestibule built to tame weather and people alike. Warmth blooms, coal and wool and human presence, and the door closes its glass teeth behind you. Inside, the silence is curated. Conversation exists, but it occupies a higher register, like birdsong in a winter orchard. Footsteps are softened by rugs that have already learned the names of 100 guests. Servants move in the negative spaces, carrying heat and brightness in discrete shapes. A tray, a candle, a folded wrap. Someone's laughter uncurls and is caught by velvet drapes so it cannot disturb the symmetry. A hostess's secretary, face composed of courtesy, asks with a glance more than a sentence whether you will shed your coat here or carry it to the next room. You surrender it to warmth and a tag as tidy as a prayer. Richardson melts backward a pace. He will exist along the edges, always within reach and never in the way, until the evening releases you both. Ready? Constance asks, meaning ready to be seen, to be weighed without any scale in the room, to thread conversation like a ribbon through the hands of people who can knuckle it into knots without seeming to tug. Ready, you say, meaning ready to inhabit the quiet that rooms like this insist upon while remembering the voices outside that are not invited to take the chairs. A footman lifts the drape. The drawing room appears as though it has been polished since the last time you visited it, though the shine is the same shine. The crystal, the same crystal. People stand in clusters like constellations that the hostess can read and rearrange by a look. There are no harsh edges, only curves, of banister, of sentence, of smile. Between two worlds, the streets open hunger and the rooms closed plenty. Between two selves, the man with a watch chain and the man who wrote a quiet letter about mesh guards on gears. You feel the seam. It does not tear. It does not quite hold. It is simply there, asking to be noticed. A tray appears at your elbow, with something cold and faintly gold. You accept it and hold it rather than drink. Across the room, a window shows you a slice of the afternoon you left behind. A lamppost, a sliver of sky, the ghost of steam rising from a horse you cannot see. It might be enough to keep the world outside from becoming myth. Someone says your name. A hand, soft, ringed, correct, extends. You are introduced to a man whose family predates your wealth by 2 generations, and to a lady whose laugh is the sort that can travel 4 seats at dinner while seeming to kiss only 1 ear. There is a question about your house in Newport, how the ocean sounds from the South Terrace on days when the wind thinks better of itself, and you answer with a detail gentle enough not to brag. People nod, satisfied that you belong in their weather. Constance's face has shifted into the expression it wears on days like this. Alert and serene, every corner tucked in. You admire the engineering of it, even as you mourn the labor. When she speaks, the room accepts her contribution not as a pebble, but as a smooth shell added to a collection. You watch her be good at this, and you think, she has built something too, just with invitations instead of iron. Across the carpet, a servant bends to lift a fallen glove. He does it in such a way that the glove floats back into its owner's hand like a thought returning. You notice the neatness of his fingers. You notice that his shoes are not new, but they are polished, that his collar is not linen, but it is clean. He vanishes before you can thank him. He is an expert in becoming part of the room without being included in it. A string quartet breathes in a corner. The bow strokes soft enough to be mistaken for your own pulse if you were to sit very still. The music chooses not to insist. It lays a warmth over conversation like a shawl over shoulders and then asks nothing further of anyone. In this curated silence, your earlier morning unfurls with unneeded detail, the weight of a fountain pen in another man's hand, the way salmon glistened untouched, the word adequate in a tidy report. How far can a thought travel in a city of walls? Far enough, you hope, to step over one threshold at a time without kicking, without knocking anything over, without waking the room's careful balance. Constance leans in slightly. "Caroline has seen us," she murmurs, a pulse of triumph under her calm. You follow her gaze and find the queen of this particular hive watching with satisfied economy. The acknowledgement is a stamp in a passport for a country made of tables and summers. It matters here. You can feel the room tilt a whisper toward you in response. Between the overt and the unseen, you draw a breath that is longer than conversation requires. It brings with it leather, coal, lemon oil, beeswax, perfume, and the faintest memory of roasted chestnuts from the curb. You hold all of it for a moment and then let it go, not as a surrender, but as a promise to remember. When a new guest arrives, the doors open briefly and admit a finger of cold air, thin and honest. It threads the room and is absorbed without rudeness. You feel it pass your cheek like a reminder. Outside clamors. Inside, silence holds sway. You are no longer surprised that both are true. You turn your glass slightly and watch the light catch. Somewhere not far from here, a boy is choosing which headline to shout. Somewhere, a woman sets a loaf to rise in a kitchen that has learned to be warm in one corner and not another. Somewhere, a man scrapes at a boot until it agrees to live another day. Somewhere, a superintendent receives a card with a signature and must decide how to read it. These are rooms, too, rooms without chandeliers, that arrange their own silences and noises with a skill old as survival. In this room, the conversation circles back to yachts and winters, and the particular brand of courage required to serve oysters in a cold snap. You make the correct noises. You let the music carry your spine. You look once more at the sliver of street through glass and imagine it looking back, unoffended, simply continuing. Between two worlds is not a precipice tonight. It is a threshold with an honest draft. You can stand here for a while without freezing. Peers mirror choices in calm conversation. The afternoon light had mellowed by the time the drawing room filled to its measure. Chandeliers, with their veined crystal, held the brightness steady, as if the very air had been persuaded to glow longer than the day. Carpets muffled footsteps, the soft pile encouraging voices to linger near and conversations to form their circles, each one a planet in this well-ordered social cosmos. You found yourself orbiting among them, drawn not by gravity, but by expectation. Constance was already at ease, her posture flawless, her gloved hand moving gently as she conversed with a lady of the Astor line. Their laughter floated with practiced weightlessness, polished enough to disguise its edge. She leaned in once to press a point, and in that small gesture, you caught the memory of the girl she must once have been. Earnest, eager, animated, before she learned that society preferred composure to candor. The hostess's secretary shepherded you toward a small group gathered near the tall windows. A retired admiral in dark uniform, brass buttons dulled by age rather than neglect, held court on his campaigns at sea. His voice was as sonorous as the foghorns of the Hudson. A younger banker, hair slicked with precision, listened with the intensity of someone who hoped to inherit the gravitas simply by proximity. Beside them stood a widow, pearls resting at her throat like frost, her smile sharp but never cruel. "Ah, Vander Hughes," the admiral greeted, his tone part respect, part challenge. "We were just speaking of the new canal works. You'll have an interest, I imagine." The question came not as inquiry, but as a measure, how quickly you would assert the dominion expected of your name. You chose restraint. "Every man of means has an interest," you said softly. "But I confess, I often wonder about the men who dig the channels. They see more of the canal than we ever will. A silence rippled, unexpected. The banker shifted, unsure how to answer such a turn. The widow tilted her head, eyes glinting with something between curiosity and caution. The admiral cleared his throat, choosing to interpret your remark as eccentricity rather than rebuke. "Quite so," he said, "though their view is rather muddy." A ripple of polite laughter followed, but you noticed how the widow's gaze lingered a moment longer, as if testing the weight of your words. Elsewhere, glasses chimed. A footman moved like smoke among the guests, replenishing champagne with precision that bordered on invisible. The bubbles rose in slender columns, a celebration in miniature, though most glasses were left untouched after a few sips. Luxury here was less about consumption and more about display. The glass itself mattered more than the taste within it. A gentleman beside you remarked on the latest ball hosted by the Vanderbilts. "Extravagant," he said, lips curled in admiration and critique alike. "Swans in the fountain, I hear." The widow chuckled. "And yet swans are mute creatures, an odd choice for entertainment." Her pearls shifted as she laughed, a sound like porcelain touched lightly by a spoon. "Some extravagance," you murmured, "announces itself in silence more loudly than in song." Another pause. The banker blinked, uncertain. The admiral grunted in amusement. "You always did have a poet's streak," he said. It was meant as a dismissal, but you noticed again the widow's small, approving nod. Conversation in these rooms was a mirror, you realized, each remark reflecting not just knowledge but intention. Some guests angled their reflections to shine brighter, others sought shadows in which to listen and gather. Every word cost something. Every silence purchased something else. Across the room, Constance had drawn a minor constellation of her own. 3 ladies leaned toward her, their fans resting idle, their expressions attentive. You could not hear her words, but you knew she was playing the game with grace, weaving your household into the season's tapestry of influence. She caught your eye briefly, and though her face remained composed, you read in the briefest flicker of her lashes a question. "Are you holding steady?" You lifted your glass, a silent answer. The hostess herself, Mrs. Astor, finally glided into the room. The current of attention shifted toward her like a tide obeying the moon. She was not loud, nor ostentatiously dressed. Her gown was restrained compared to others, but her authority resided in the room's recognition of her as axis. People pivoted without appearing to pivot. She spoke little, yet her presence arranged the very air. When she reached your group, the admiral straightened instinctively. The banker all but glowed with eagerness. Mrs. Astor's eyes swept the circle and rested on you for a fraction longer than courtesy required. "Mr. Vander Hughes," she said, her tone both statement and acknowledgement. "Your house in Newport is much admired." You inclined your head. "It is the ocean that deserves admiration," you said. "We merely borrowed its view." A murmur of approval moved through the group. The widow's smile deepened, pleased by the humility, whether or not it was feigned. Mrs. Astor's lips curved slightly, granting permission for you to belong in this rarefied air. And just like that, you were woven more tightly into the fabric of the afternoon. Yet beneath the velvet, another current tugged at you. You thought of the boy selling papers outside, his cry drowned by carriage wheels. You thought of the laundress balancing her basket, of the bootmaker's patient stitches, of the men whose backs bent over steel rails that allowed this very gathering to exist. Here, conversation polished itself like silver. There, survival was the only dialogue. 2 worlds, mirrored but never touching. The admiral launched into another tale, this one about a storm off Barbados. The banker leaned forward eagerly. The widow's pearls gleamed as she nodded. You listened, but your gaze slid again to the tall windows. Beyond them, the avenue stretched cold and damp, the world outside still clamoring and voices not admitted here. A single coin weighs more than gold contracts. The city air felt different once you stepped outside the Astor home that evening. Though the chandeliers still burned within, their light spilled only so far, dissolving into the winter dusk. Fifth Avenue stretched out in either direction, carriage lamps bobbing like fireflies against the gray. The quiet dignity of polite conversation gave way to the clatter of hooves, the calls of newsboys, and the layered sounds of a city alive with its own restless pulse. Your carriage waited, polished panels gleaming in the lamplight, your monogram catching the glow. The footman snapped to attention as you approached, opening the door with that efficient grace drilled into him by long habit. Constance settled herself inside with practiced elegance, her skirts rustling like whispers of silk. You followed, and soon the world outside began to roll past in fractured glimpses. It was during this ride that the moment arrived. At Madison Square, where traffic thickened, the carriage slowed to a crawl. Vendors shouted, peddling roasted chestnuts, newspapers, penny trinkets. A veteran leaned against a lamppost, his coat threadbare, his right sleeve pinned neatly where an arm once had been. The rawness of his presence pierced through the glass and velvet like cold air through a crack. He stepped forward, not aggressively, but with the hesitant dignity of someone who had been taught long ago to salute, not beg. "Spare something for a soldier, sir?" His voice was rough, weathered by wind and years. Before you could answer, the footman leapt down from his perch. With a firm hand, he blocked the man's approach. "Back off. Mr. Vander Hughes does not concern himself with your sort." The words were sharp, dismissive, as automatic as the bow he had given you earlier. It should have ended there. In most nights, it would have. The servant's gesture, the man's retreat, the carriage rolling forward, and your world sealed again in its cocoon of privilege. But something in you resisted the script. Wait. The single word surprised even you. The carriage seemed to pause with it. Constance turned her head, her eyes narrowing, not in anger, but in shock at the deviation. The footman froze, half turned toward you, confusion etched in his disciplined stance. You reached into your coat pocket. Fingers closed on the cool circle of metal. A $10 gold eagle, its weight both familiar and suddenly immense. In 1895, it was more than a week's wages for many, perhaps the difference between a meal and hunger, rent and eviction. You held it for a breath, feeling how easily it might slip through your fingers back into the lined pocket, returned to its quiet dormancy. "Give him this." The coin landed in the footman's palm, and though his face remained composed, you sensed his bewilderment. He turned stiffly, extended the coin to the veteran. For a moment, the world stilled. The man's eyes widened as the gold caught the lamplight. He held it as if it might vanish, his lips moving around words too fragile for sound. Finally, he managed, "God bless you, sir." His voice cracked with gratitude, carrying into the crowded square like the faintest bell. The footman resumed his place, though not without a glance, measuring this unusual gesture against the portrait he knew of you. Constance remained quiet, her gloved hands folded more tightly than before, her gaze fixed out the opposite window. The carriage moved on, and yet, in that small exchange, you felt the trembling weight of two worlds touching. The cost of a coin for you was negligible, a dinner wine, a silk accessory, a trinket among many. For him, it was hope, warmth, the relief of a burden momentarily lifted. Gold contracts signed over breakfast in a private rail car altered markets and fortunes. But here, the quiet transfer of one coin altered a life, at least for a night. As the carriage rattled forward, you thought of contracts inked in boardrooms, each clause a decision about freight rates, wages, safety measures, none of which you fully grasped until you saw how easily lives bent beneath them. The admiral at the reception had called your words poetic. The banker had chuckled. Mrs. Astor had smiled with quiet approval. But none of those reflections carried the raw clarity of the veteran's gaze as his hand closed on that coin. Constance finally spoke. "You startled them," she said softly, meaning the servants, meaning herself, meaning society itself. "Perhaps," you answered, "but perhaps it is good to startle sometimes." Her expression softened, though she quickly turned her eyes away, as if uncertain whether to encourage such thoughts. Still, you sensed a quiet stirring in her, a recognition that kindness could also wield power, though of a gentler sort. The carriage clattered on through the city. You watched the silhouettes outside, women hurrying with baskets, children tugging at sleeves, men stooped from work. In the lamplight, their faces blurred into one another, yet each carried the unmistakable mark of endurance. And in your pocket, though lighter by one coin, you carried the heavier weight of understanding that wealth, when hoarded, isolates, but when shared, even in fragments, it reveals its truest worth. Simple kindnesses open quieter doors than wealth. The coin had left your hand, but its echo remained with you as the carriage rolled on toward home. It was not only the astonishment of the footman or the silence of Constance. It was the way the beggar's voice carried in your mind like a bell long after the sound had faded. You could still see his thin shoulders in the lamplight, the empty sleeve, the hunger in his eyes turning to something softer the moment the gold touched his palm. The rest of the ride was quieter than usual. Fifth Avenue, usually a parade of grandeur you could almost admire without noticing, felt altered. The mansions loomed, but you found yourself looking instead at the shadows between them, doorways where tired figures lingered, alleys where smoke curled from makeshift fires. The air, thick with coal dust and horse dung, pressed into the velvet interior, refusing to be shut out. Constance eventually broke the silence. Her tone was measured, not scolding, but contemplative. "It is unlike you, George," she said at last. "That man in the square. Such gestures are not your habit." "No," you admitted. "Perhaps they should be." She studied you then with a curious expression. It was not disapproval, but something closer to unease, as though she were peering into the face of a stranger wearing her husband's clothes. "People will talk," she murmured. And then, after a pause, "though perhaps they will talk kindly." The carriage soon drew up to the mansion, its limestone facade glowing faintly in the gas lamps. Servants hurried to open the doors, to steady Constance as she stepped down, to receive your hat and gloves the moment you entered. The ritual was comforting in its predictability, yet tonight you saw it with a new clarity. Each gesture of deference was a chain, linking you to the identity of Mr. Vander Hughes, industrialist, patron, master. Chains gilded, yes, but no less binding. Inside, the warmth of gaslight and coal fires greeted you, but the comfort felt thin. A butler announced that a light supper had been laid out in the dining room, though neither of you had appetite for it. Constance excused herself early, citing fatigue, and retreated up the grand staircase, her footsteps soft against the Persian runner. You lingered a moment in the entrance hall. looking up at the painted ceiling where allegories of wealth and commerce frolicked in gilded plaster. The artistry was impressive, yet you could not shake the memory of the veteran's hollow eyes. Restless, you drifted toward your study. The heavy door closed behind you with a thud, sealing you in with leather-bound books and the faint scent of tobacco. Papers lay waiting. Telegrams from managers, reports from rail yards, stock certificates stacked neatly by clerks. You picked one up at random. It was a report from Pennsylvania about an incident at a coal mine. A cave-in, 3 men injured, 1 killed. The superintendent's note was concise, almost casual. Operations resumed after a delay of 5 hours. Replacement workers secured. You let the paper fall back to the desk. Replacement workers. As though human lives could be swapped like faulty bolts. As though grief were an inconvenience best handled quietly and efficiently. The silence in the study deepened, pressing against your chest. It was then Richardson knocked and entered, carrying a silver tray with a night drink prepared. Warm milk, laced with brandy, a ritual to ease you toward rest. His face was impassive, yet you noticed his eyes flick toward the scattered papers on your desk, then back down with practiced neutrality. "Thank you, Richardson," you said, and as he set the tray down, you asked something unexpected. "Have you ever known someone who worked in the mills?" The valet hesitated only a fraction of a second before replying. "My brother, sir." "In Manchester. He was but 14 when he began, and now," you pressed gently. "Dead, sir. A fever took him. The work did not help. His tone remained even, but the faint tremor beneath it was unmistakable. You let the silence stretch, heavy with unsaid things. Then, quietly, "I am sorry." Richardson inclined his head, as though uncertain what to do with the words. "Your concern is most unusual, sir," he said at last, with a formality that was almost tender. He withdrew, leaving you with the warm milk and your thoughts. You sat at the great mahogany desk, fingers tracing the cool rim of the porcelain cup. For years, decades even, this household had run on the premise that kindness was unnecessary, that wealth alone commanded respect, loyalty, obedience. But you had glimpsed a crack in that edifice. 1 coin given to a stranger, 1 apology whispered to a servant. Small things, laughable against the grandeur of contracts and palaces, yet somehow they felt heavier, more real. Sleep would not come easily, though the fire burned low and the brandy soothed. When at last you rose and made your way to the bedroom, the hallways seemed longer, emptier, echoing with footsteps that belonged to no one. In the vast chamber the bed loomed, piled high with quilts and furs. You lay beneath them, the weight pressing down, and stared at the shadows on the ceiling until your eyes closed. That night your dreams were troubled, filled with doors. Grand gilded doors opening onto empty rooms, narrow wooden doors hiding voices you could not reach, and always the simplest door, a humble threshold where a tired soldier's gratitude shone brighter than chandeliers. And somewhere, in the dream's shifting haze, you understood. True doors in life were not opened by gold alone. Sometimes they yielded to the quiet touch of kindness, softer than wealth, yet stronger than pride. Splendor echoes in a palace without warmth. The morning after the coin, the apologies, the uneasy dreams, you awoke to find the curtains already drawn back and the pale winter sun making its shy entrance into the room. Richardson, precise as ever, had laid out the day's clothing, yet his eyes, when he met yours, seemed softer, perhaps touched by the rare admission of sorrow from the night before. He said nothing of it. Servants of his station rarely did. but silence can speak in its own way. Breakfast was served in the conservatory. Strawberries shipped in from Florida, oranges brought north on your own rails, bread baked by the kitchen long before you stirred. Constance was already there, seated at the far end of the table, the sunlight playing upon her hair. She spoke of the Astors, of the Vanderbilts, of some whisper of an invitation that might soon arrive. Her words were polished, yet her eyes carried the faintest question, as though she, too, was still considering the moment on Fifth Avenue when her husband's hand had opened with generosity instead of closing with indifference. You answered her absently, your mind pulled elsewhere. For while the table glittered with silver and the air smelled of citrus and roses, you felt a kind of echo surrounding it all, as if the splendor itself were hollow, filled with something other than joy. The walls bore tapestries, the chairs were carved from mahogany, the plates rimmed in gold, and yet the room seemed more like a stage than a home. When the meal concluded, you excused yourself and walked alone through the halls of the mansion. Each room you passed was immaculate, dusted by unseen hands, arranged precisely as fashion demanded. Yet few bore the marks of living. Parlors where no one sat, music rooms where no one played, bedrooms prepared for guests who never arrived. The silence of these rooms was louder than conversation, louder even than the clatter of hooves on cobblestones outside. Your steps drew you toward the gallery, a corridor lined with oil portraits and landscapes in ornate frames. The faces of long-dead Vander Hugh's ancestors, stern men and delicate women, regarded you from the walls, their expressions both proud and distant. You paused before one canvas, a man with eyes sharp and lips tight, a railroad magnate of an earlier generation. Beneath the brush strokes, his gaze seemed to accuse you. Have you carried the family name with the ruthlessness it demands? You looked away, unsettled. Later, you found yourself in the ballroom, an immense space meant to hold hundreds of dancers. The floor gleamed, polished daily, though no feet touched it. Chandeliers hung like frozen constellations, their crystals catching stray sunbeams and scattering them across the walls. You stood alone in the center of that cavernous room, hearing your own breath bounce back at you. Splendor without warmth. A monument, but not a memory. It struck you then how little of this grandeur bore the mark of affection. The marble stairs were not carved out of love, but ambition. The silks were not woven for comfort, but for spectacle. Even the paintings, though beautiful, had been acquired less for joy than for rivalry. For what was the Gilded Age if not a contest to see who could build higher, buy grander, spend louder? In the afternoon, Richardson brought a telegram. The paper crinkled sharply as you unfolded it. The message was terse. Breakwater Hall prepared. Staff awaiting inspection. Newport's Palace on the sea, another monument waiting for its master. Constance's face lit with quiet triumph when you told her. At last, she said, rising from her writing desk. Do you realize what this means? When summer comes, we shall stand among the finest of them all. No one will doubt our place, but you doubted. Or rather, you wondered what place it was you were fighting to hold. For the thought of 97 rooms, each glittering and echoing with silence, filled you less with pride than with unease. That evening, as you prepared for yet another dinner engagement, this time with the governor and his companions, your valet adjusted your tie and smoothed your lapel. Perfect, sir, he said. But when you caught your reflection in the mirror, the figure staring back seemed unfamiliar. He wore the costume of success, the mask of power, but his eyes betrayed the hollowness he felt. Dinner itself was everything expected. Gold-rimmed glasses, courses drawn out over hours, conversations circling endlessly around influence and politics. The governor raised a toast to continued prosperity, and the table rang with polite laughter. Yet under it all, you heard a faint emptiness, as though each voice were reciting lines from a well-rehearsed play. When you returned home late that night, the house loomed quiet once more. You dismissed Richardson earlier than usual, preferring to undress alone. The silence pressed in again, and you found yourself wandering back into the ballroom. No music played, no chandeliers glowed, and yet the space seemed alive with ghosts, not of people, but of ambition, of greed, of restless hunger that could never be sated. Standing in the center, you whispered into the emptiness, "What is all this for?" No answer came, save the sigh of the wind against the shutters. And so you turned and left the ballroom, carrying the weight of its hollow splendor with you into the night. Rails unwind toward a quieter horizon. Morning found the house as composed as ever, but you felt the day already leaning east, as if some small internal compass had begun to tug towards salt and wind. The telegram from Newport lay on your desk like a folded gull's wing. Breakwater Hall prepared. Staff awaiting inspection. It was not a summons so much as an expectation. An expectation, in your world, rode with the certainty of a timetable. Richardson had the traveling clothes arranged before you asked. A darker suit for winter light, a heavier overcoat whose collar turned up with a satisfying, sheltering click. He checked the weather without comment. Glove to the window, a brief fog on glass, a nod at the quality of cold. When he brushed the shoulders of your coat, it felt less like polishing a cymbal and more like sealing a promise against the wind. Downstairs, the house performed its departure ritual with a quiet flourish. The butler presented the card case and the small key to the silver safe in Newport. A maid tucked a rolled map into a leather tube. A footman vanished toward the back hall with a message for the coachman. Constance stood in the morning room, a letter half written, the nib of her pen shining like a tiny lighthouse under a slant of sun. "You'll telegraph on arrival?" she asked. The words were practical and warm, carried on the even breath of a woman who has learned to lace affection into the seams of propriety. "I will," you said. 2 days there, perhaps 3. Walk the rooms, see what the sea has to say. Her smile tilted, the smallest permission. "The sea is franker than our friends. Do take notes." She offered her cheek, and in that light gesture, you registered 1,000 arrangements of menus and calling cards and servants' schedules that your absence unspooled, and she would quietly reweave. She did not complain. She simply steadied. You found yourself grateful for a competence that made everyone else's theater possible. The carriage door closed behind you with its soft, sealing thud. Hooves set the morning in motion. New York shrugged awake beyond the glass. Wagons already furred with frost, shopkeepers bracing doors with wood blocks, children testing the day's cold with yelps that turned to steam. Crossing a side street, you glimpsed the river, gray, patient, bearing a skin of light like thin pewter. Grand Central's older face waited, a chapter before the one tourists would later memorize. Iron and glass arched over platforms striped with breath. Your private car, burnished to a burgundy that drank light rather than shouted for it, stood at the end of a siding like a reserved thought. The porter dipped his head. "Morning, sir." Stove lit. Papers laid. "We'll be coupled inside 10 minutes." Inside, winter had already been reasoned with. Heat came up from the little black stove in a way you felt most in your feet. The salon smelled of clean wool and lemon oil. The windows wore a faint bloom of condensation, each pane a veil ready to be lifted. A breakfast tray waited with an attention that did not insist. A pot of coffee stout as good news, bread whose crust still held the snap of a recent oven, 2 oranges on a silver dish, their color a promise from somewhere warmer. You did not hurry to eat. Instead, you stood where the car's curve offered a long view down the platform, porters moving in practiced diagonals, a boy threading his way with a stack of newspapers taller than his torso, a woman tapping the pocket where she kept her ticket as if to confirm the future was still folded there. When the coupling came, a muted kiss of iron, the car gave its little bow and straightened. The day, it seemed, had attached itself to you. The city unstitched at the edges. Brick shortened into rows of houses with tidy stoops, then thinned to sheds and lots and winter fields crossed by fences that recognized no season. You watched the line where snow surrendered to the black earth pressed by hooves, the way trees held their posture, even without their leaves. A farmer in a dark coat raised a hand, neither greeting nor farewell, only the human habit of acknowledging motion. Richardson kept the day's map rolled but within reach. He set your hat on a shelf and anchored it with one finger while the train took a bend. His presence was bracket and ballast, felt most when you imagined its absence. Now and then, he adjusted a shade, admitting a thinner or kinder light. He placed the newspaper near your elbow, but did not announce its headlines, as if to say, "Choose your weather." You read only the first page. The column inches did not surprise. A strike, contained. A tenement fire, regrettable. A senator in consultation about a bill that would always say less than it did. You folded the paper shut and let the window tell the rest. Winter lay honest on the fields. Men bent to it in rows. Smoke sought its old roads skyward. The landscape said very little and meant what it said. When you finally lifted the coffee to your mouth, it tasted loyal, exactly what it had promised to be. Strong, enough to square a thought, warm enough to loosen a jaw set by habit. You broke the heel from the loaf and felt, absurdly, an urge to thank the unseen hands that had turned flour and heat into something that remembered sunlight. A cool pat of butter had been wrapped in waxed paper by someone who could probably fold such a parcel in her sleep. You unwrapped it as if it were a gift, because it was. "Telegraph from the house, sir," the porter announced later, offering an envelope whose flap had been pressed flat with such care you could almost hear the thumb smoothing it. The message was in Hargrave's neat clerk's hand. Staff aligned at steps. Kitchens provisioned. Boiler pressure holding. Sea brisk. Windows tight. A household reported in terms that could satisfy a superintendent and, because of the sea, an artist. "Reply," you said. "Arrive toward 3. No formalities beyond warmth. Open south shutters before sunset." You paused, then added, "Remind the stable to walk the horses before dusk. They haven't had company all winter. They'll want to look their best and forget how to breathe." The porter smiled into his collar. "Yes, sir." The car was a small traveling country of its own, a desk that believed in letters, a sofa that understood the value of a nap taken without guilt, a rack where coats rested like dignified birds. You stood at the desk and wrote a short note to Constance anyway, though the telegram had already done the job. Pen to paper steadied you more than wires through air, light on the river good, thinking of blue gowns and your unflappable maps of conversation. Back soon. Bring the sea's honesty to supper. You sealed it with a dab of wax that wobbled and felt perfect for its imperfection. At New Haven, the wheels sang a slightly different song. The ironwork there had its own dialect, and you let it play over you until the melody of motion swallowed it again. Somewhere beyond, water flashed through trees, an inland rehearsal for the sea. You could smell it before you could see it fully. A faint iron, a clean salt, the ghost of kelp. It reached into the car and set everything quietly straighter, like a hand smoothing a collar without words. By the time the tracks tilted toward Rhode Island, the sky had bleached itself to a noble gray, the kind of light painters learned to love because it told the truth to faces and did not make foolish promises to stone. You stood for the last miles. Richardson did not ask you to sit. He understood certain postures belonged to certain thresholds. Newport arrived not as a flourish, but as an accumulation, a station whose clapboards the wind had considered and decided to spare another winter, a platform where boots polished by duty stood near boots polished by pride, a smell of coal that could not help being here, and a smell of the sea that would not be denied. The porter opened the door before the train had quite finished its line, and the air stepped inside with a voice you recognized from childhood, some shared human memory of coasts. Your carriage waited, crest small and certain on its flank, wheels cleaned as if wheels could gleam. The driver used your name without widening it into ceremony. To Breakwater, sir. The way he asked made it a destination and not a monument. The road climbed and fell with winter's modest shoulders. Houses sat with their shutters pulled tight, dignified in their dormancy. Curtains breathed when a fire thought too loudly. A pair of boys ran along a split-rail fence, and then, deciding that recognition was above their station this afternoon, looked away and shouted about nothing. The horses took the last rise with a pride they did not make noisy. And there it was. Breakwater Hall did not so much appear as gather itself out of the gray. Stone in a pale key, roof lines arranging a phrase the eye could hum but not sing aloud. Windows reminded how to hold their light in January. The drive swept in a circle that refused to rush. At the top of the steps, the staff stood in a tidy wedge, coats buttoned, collars precise, faces thoughtful with the effort of being simultaneously seen and unnoticeable. Hargrave, the butler, descended 2 steps only. The gesture struck the correct chord between deference and the dignity of a house that would not allow its bones to bow. "Welcome to Breakwater, sir," he said, with his careful English tempered by years of New England air. "Boilers are steady, kitchens at readiness, and the south rooms warmed. We've aligned the shutters per your instruction." "Thank you, Hargrave," you said, and the gratitude found purchase in him. It did not slide off the way praise so often slides in rooms like these. You watched his shoulders settle by a degree, the way good masonry does once frost has decided to leave it be. You did not walk the line of servants as if reviewing troops. You moved more slowly, stopping where the line bent, letting eyes meet yours long enough to feel one another human. A coachman called Mears you remembered from a summer storm. He had turned his horses windward to give them courage. A scullery maid with winter-chapped hands and a bravery about her mouth. You said only, "We'll need extra tea in the afternoons," and hoped she heard the rest. An extra rest if the wind nags at the windows all night. Inside, the entrance hall performed its old magic with less boasting than you feared, and more welcome than you expected. The sea had been admitted in measured ways. A map where a family crest might have hung. A glass bowl of shells whose edges had been revised by time until they forgot how to cut. Fires ticked open their heat. A clock agreed to meet the house at the top of each hour and not 1 minute before. "Tea in the morning room," Hargrave suggested. "The view's honest today, sir." "Honest is what we've come for," you said, almost to yourself. The room wore winter well. The long windows kept the ocean where it belonged, present, not noisy. A tray weighted with cups that knew how to be held with both hands when a day asked you to. The tea carried bergamot and something you could only call steadying. When you stepped to the glass, the Atlantic offered its serious face, pewter with a lace of white along the rocks below. You put your palm to the pane and felt not chill, but the conversation of two different warms. Inside, human. Outside, made by the friction of air and water telling each other the old story. You began the tour because tours are how a person announces to a building that he will try to be worthy of it. The library first, books still exhaling the ghost of paste and leather, a long table that would forgive a sleep taken among papers, a ladder that had been polished by hands eager to know more than they were paid to know. Then the music room, which had learned to be a listening room for winter. Then the conservatory, which in summer would dazzle, but now contented itself with the quiet heroics of rosemary and laurel against glass. In the pantry, Silver slept in flannel, as if someone loved it. A young footman, new since autumn, recited inventory to Hargrave in a whisper that suggested he feared waking the spoons. You interrupted only to sign a small requisition for coal and saw the way 2 lines of ink could warm fingers before the week was out. The kitchen was its own republic. The French chef nodded as a man nods to weather, respectfully, unwilling to pretend mastery. He opened a pot and let you breathe stock that recalled bones honored rather than wasted. The baker lifted the corner of a cloth and revealed dough alive enough to register your presence. He lowered the cloth again, gently, as if resettling a child. You said, "Your hands keep the house kind." And he did not know where to file such a sentence. He tucked it, perhaps, where he kept the memory of a teacher who had first shown him how dough likes to be folded, not forced. Upstairs, the rooms had been warmed in sequence, not in arrogance. You stepped into a chamber on the south side where the ocean wrote slow essays against rock and paused on the sill where someone had set a bowl of lemons because winter rooms like to have sons of their own. You touched the linen and found the faintest rasp that says clean rather than brittle. Someone had boiled and beaten and pressed without declaring it heroism. At the end of a long corridor, a door opened on a smaller room. For writing, someone had decided, or looking. The chair by the window wore a shawl. You did not ask who chose it. You sat. The view framed not the spectacle, but the work of the sea, the reach and retreat, the ordinary courage of waves that do not resent being asked to repeat themselves. It felt like an invitation to stop rehearsing your lines and listen for once to the play itself. When you returned to the morning room, late light had gathered itself for its daily ceremony. Hargrave had drawn back the south, shutters as requested. The ocean accepted the sun without theatricality. The house accepted the ocean. You accepted the chair. No one clapped. It was better that way. "Letters from the city have been forwarded," Hargrave said, setting a tray with a moderate stack. "And the staff has prepared a light collation for your arrival. Oyster stew, if it suits." "It suits," you said. "And, Hargrave, no lineup for supper. Let them eat before the second service. It's a sea night." He inclined his head, and you saw how mercy, when it wears a simple coat, fits any house. You wrote to Constance, not with grand phrases, but with the small ones that help a day keep its footing. Hargrave's boilers steady, lemons like small suns. The sea is in a truthful mood. I will bring that truth back with me if I can. You sealed the letter and stood a moment longer at the window, because a person should always learn one more thing from a horizon before presuming to speak. You thought then, not dramatically, but with the ordinary sobriety of someone who has finally found a chair that fits, about what this place was. a monument you had feared, a theater perhaps. And yet, today, with the shutters open and the kitchen sensible and the staff seen, it felt capable of being a house. Houses hold weather for people. Palaces hold people for weather to admire. You could decide, not once, but every day. The oyster stew arrived in bowls that respected heat. Steam rose with a sweet, tidal breath. You ate slowly, grateful for a food that remembered both shore and hearth. When you finished, you did not ring for the tray. You let the bowl cool in the room like a guest allowed to linger. The ocean dimmed to graphite. Lamps found their work. Richardson appeared at the door, a book in his hand you had once pretended to have read. "Shall I light the fire in the study?" he asked. "In a moment," you said. "First, take a tray down to the stable, for Mears and whoever's on. The wind's a talker tonight." Something like approval passed over his face, small and welcome, as the quiet click of a latch that finally fits. "Yes, sir." You stood there, the day lengthening behind you like a train's long line of cars, each coupled to the next, by decisions that could be heard only if you listened for iron kissing iron. The sea continued, undisturbed by your revelations, which felt correct. You were not the lesson. You were the student, late but attentive now. Night took the windows in an even hand. The house answered with lamps, with fires, with steps padded by patience. Across the way in the servants' hall, a laugh rose and was seconded. It traveled only as far as the kitchen door and no farther, and that too was correct. Every room keeps some music for itself. You turned from the glass at last. The study would be warm by now, and the ink would behave in that room, and the map would accept your finger drawing a kinder route. You had not solved the century, but you had reached a coast where solutions were less loud and more true. Tomorrow, you would walk the cliff path and let the wind choose your words. Tonight, you would practice the smaller mercies that make larger ones possible. You left the shutters open. Let the sea judge the house. Let the house learn. At the height of grandeur, silence grows loud. The following day dawned gray and silver, the kind of morning that makes even the most opulent house look contemplative. Breakwater Hall sat proud against the cliffs, yet it seemed to listen to the sea instead of boasting over it. Inside, fires glowed in hearths that had been coaxed awake before sunrise, their crackle softened by the great carpets that muffled every step. You rose to this hush, the air heavy with expectation. Hargrave appeared promptly at your door. "The final arrangements for tonight's dinner have been made, sir," he reported. "Chef has outdone himself." His tone carried neither enthusiasm nor reproach, merely the weight of a house forever in performance mode. You nodded, though the words barely penetrated. The day stretched ahead, filled with little tasks, inspecting the arrangements, approving the menus, greeting florists and musicians, all pieces of a play whose script you had inherited, not written. As the hours passed, Breakwater Hall transformed. Flowers arrived by the cartful. Hothouse roses, white lilies, hawthorned orchids. Their fragrance filled the ballroom, sweet but overwhelming, almost cloying. Servants carried in crates of crystal and silver, arranging them in patterns that gleamed under the gaslight. Tables were dressed in linen so fine it seemed a sin to spill upon it. The kitchen roared with life. Pots clanged, knives chopped with rhythm, sauces simmered under the steady gaze of the French chef. A peacock, prepared with extravagant care, sat waiting for its moment of spectacle. Ice sculptors hunched over blocks in the cold cellar, chiseling Neptune and his trident out of frozen water that would not survive the night. The house thrummed with activity, Yet through it all you felt a kind of hollowness. The busyness was real, but the purpose was fragile. To dazzle, to impress, to prove superiority over neighbors who themselves were planning dinners meant to dazzle and impress. By evening, the carriages began to arrive. Wheels crackled against gravel, lamps glowed against the dark. Guests in fur and silk ascended the marble steps, their laughter floating ahead of them like banners. Hargrave greeted each with the perfect bow, his voice steady as he announced names that carried more weight than most nations. The music room filled first, the string quartet playing with such practiced elegance that no note demanded attention. Glasses of champagne appeared in hands before anyone thought to ask. Compliments fluttered through the air like carefully folded paper birds. The cut of a gown admired, the marble staircase praised, the very air of Breakwater Hall declared invigorating. You stood among them, every gesture measured. When the admiral from the city leaned in to declare, "Your Neptune rivals anything I've seen in Paris," you smiled faintly. When the widow whispered her envy of your silver vault, you inclined your head as if it were a prayer. And yet, inside, you heard something louder than the quartet, louder than the hum of conversation. Silence. It beat against your ribs with every toast, every laugh. At dinner, the silence deepened. The 12-course meal unfolded like theater, caviar glistening on ice, turtle soup poured from silver tureens, the peacock resplendent in restored plumage. Servants moved with a choreography so precise it seemed mechanical, changing plates and glasses with each course. The table gleamed with light from candelabras, the air thick with scent from flowers and food. But you noticed how few bites were taken, how many plates returned nearly untouched, how the conversation floated above the food like a bird unwilling to land. The widow leaned close to remark on the absurdity of a Vanderbilt ball last season. "Swans in the fountain," she sniffed. Laughter rippled. Someone else mentioned the Morgans' golden dinner service. More laughter. Yet it was brittle, the kind of laughter that echoes in empty spaces. You sipped your wine and looked down the long table. 24 seats, of which only a handful were filled. The rest sat empty, gleaming, waiting. It felt as though the table itself mocked the gathering, whispering that even grandeur could not disguise the absence of meaning. Between courses, your gaze drifted to the window. Beyond the glass, the Atlantic thundered against the rocks, unseen but undeniable. Its roar dwarfed the polite chatter inside. For a moment, you imagined opening the shutters, letting the storm's voice crash into the room, scattering silver and crystal, drowning out the hollow rituals with a truth no one could deny. Instead, you lifted your fork and nodded at a story about yacht racing. Later, in the smoking room, the men spoke of investments and acquisitions, but even their boasting seemed muted. Cigars glowed, brandy swirled, yet the silence remained, louder than the smoke that curled toward the ceiling. And when at last the guests departed, their carriages disappearing into the dark, Breakwater Hall stood vast and echoing once more. Servants cleared wilted flowers and melted ice, their movements swift but weary. The ballroom smelled faintly of smoke and roses, a combination that felt more like mourning than triumph. You wandered alone through the house, each step answered by the sigh of empty corridors. The chandeliers still burned, but their light felt cold, casting more shadow than warmth. At last, you paused in the grand dining hall, the long table stripped bare, the chairs pushed back into place. The silence pressed in, louder than ever, and you realized grandeur can fill a room, but it cannot fill a heart. Candlelit salons measure words like currency, The morning after the dinner at Breakwater Hall, the air in the mansion still carried traces of roses and cigar smoke. The servants had worked deep into the night, clearing away the wreckage of spectacle. Melted ice sculptures, plates of untouched delicacies, and blossoms already wilting under the weight of their own perfume. By the time you stepped into the main hall, sunlight had pooled across marble floors, bright but indifferent. Hargrave met you as always, composed, unshaken by the endless cycle of preparation and performance. A messenger delivered several calling cards this morning, sir. Guests expressing their gratitude for last evening. He offered the silver tray as if it contained sacred relics. The names shimmered on embossed cards: Winthrop, Astor, Cat. Each note brief, each line a coded message. You studied them, sensing that the real communication was not in the polite thanks, but in the act itself. In Gilded Age society, to send or withhold a calling card was to shift a balance, tip a scale, mark one's place in the endless ledger of reputation. The day passed quietly enough, yet beneath its surface ran a current of unease. The paper brought grim reports from Pittsburgh, the mill still aflame with unrest, the militia clashing with workers, lives lost without fanfare. You read it alone in the library, the fire crackling at your back, and thought of the silence at last night's dinner. Wealth measured in silver spoons, lives measured in obituaries. By late afternoon, Constance appeared, composed in a soft gown of dove-gray silk. Caroline Astor has extended a further invitation, she said evenly. A salon at her townhouse. We are expected. And so, as dusk fell, the carriage bore you once more down Fifth Avenue, the city already glowing with lamplight and the restless hum of evening. Inside the Astor home, the atmosphere differed from the raucous dinners of Newport or the gilded spectacles of Delmonico's. Here, the rooms glowed not with riotous laughter, but with measured conversation. The salon gathered a few dozen figures, men with silvered temples and watch chains heavy as anchors, women in gowns of muted elegance, their jewels chosen for refinement rather than shock. The air smelled of beeswax and faint lavender, the hush of wealth that no longer needed to shout. Candles flickered in crystal sconces. Conversation drifted like smoke. Here, every word was currency. To mention a name too eagerly was to risk debt. To offer a compliment too freely was to cheapen one's own worth. You moved among them carefully, listening more than you spoke. A banker murmured about tariffs as if discussing the weather. A senator's wife whispered of appointments soon to be decided. Every phrase carried double meaning, every nod weighed and tested. Constance, poised and deliberate, seemed at home in this choreography. You watched her lean toward Mrs. Astor, her tone respectful, but confident, her gestures graceful. It was a duel fought with silken gloves. Each tilt of her head, each polite laugh, edged your family closer to acceptance. At one point, John Jacob Astor himself approached you, his expression calm but his eyes sharp. Your Newport home, he said, is already the subject of much conversation. It seems you intend to host a gathering there this summer. You inclined your head, recognizing the test. That is my wife's wish, you said softly. We shall endeavor to make it worthy of the company we hope to receive. He smiled faintly. Company has its price, Mr. Vander Hughes. It demands as much discipline as profit. Then he drifted away, leaving the words like embers in your palm. Later, in a smaller parlor, the conversation grew still more intimate. A handful of men gathered near the fire, brandy glasses in hand, discussing not politics or business outright, but the quiet matters that lay between them. One mentioned the need for stability in the mills. Another, the importance of certainty in the markets. They spoke in riddles, yet you understood. They were speaking of strikes, of unrest, of the very workers whose names appeared in the morning paper only when bodies were counted. You held your glass, its amber light trembling in the candle's glow, and offered nothing. Silence, you realized, was also currency here. To say too much was to risk. To say little was to gain. Across the room, Constance glanced toward you. For just a moment, her eyes softened, the mask slipping. She saw you standing apart, more shadow than participant. Perhaps she wondered, as you did, how long such games could be played before they hollowed out the soul. The evening stretched on. Gentle laughter, polite debate, compliments veiled as questions. Nothing sharp, nothing crude. Yet beneath it all lay something heavier. The quiet acknowledgement that their world rested on a knife's edge, balanced on wealth extracted from laborers who had no place in rooms like these. By the time you returned to your carriage, the night air felt fresher than any wine. Fifth Avenue lay hushed, the lamps casting soft circles on the pavement. Constance sat beside you, her hands folded, her face unreadable. "You were reserved tonight," she murmured at last. "Sometimes silence says more than speech," you replied. She turned her gaze out the window, and though she said nothing, you sensed agreement in the quiet curve of her mouth. Back at Breakwater Hall, the house awaited like a vast stage after the curtain had fallen, empty, yet still heavy with presence. You ascended the marble staircase, hearing your footsteps echo, and wondered whether silence could indeed be both shield and prison. At the height of grandeur, silence grows loud. The next evening unfolded with the kind of practiced grandeur that seemed second nature in your world now. Yet even as the chandeliers blazed, scattering light across gilt-framed paintings and mirrored walls, you felt a hush begin to press in, heavier than the jewels at any lady's throat. It was the hush that follows too much spectacle, the silence that slips in behind laughter once the music falters. Breakwater Hall was once more the setting, though its cavernous rooms felt more stage than home. Preparations had begun early, servants ironing tablecloths until every crease vanished, florists arranging blossoms flown in from warmer climates, a quartet tuning strings that hummed faintly in the marble corridors. To anyone arriving at dusk, the house gleamed with confidence. But you, standing just beyond the edge of all that polish, could see the strain. You were weary from the endless cycle, the greetings rehearsed, the champagne poured, the measured laughter. When Hargrave informed you of the guest list, an admiral, a banker, a smattering of Newport figures lingering in the city for the season, you nodded without expression. Every name seemed part of the same ledger, debits and credits written not in ink, but in reputation. By the time the first carriage wheels crunched on the drive, twilight had already folded into night. Guests alighted, cloaked against February winds, and were ushered in with bows and murmured welcomes. Inside, the rooms glowed like beacons, each candle flame a tiny star burning away the winter darkness. The dinner was a marvel of precision. 12 courses again, each dish an artwork quickly consumed or, more often, barely touched before being carried away. A whole pheasant dressed in its own feathers, an ice tower that glistened and sagged before dessert even arrived. The orchestra played softly from an alcove, music rising and falling like a tide that never quite reached shore. And yet, for all the expense, something vital seemed missing. The conversations fluttered without landing. Compliments passed like coins exchanged too often, their shine dulled. One woman praised the marble stair, another noted the rarity of orchids in midwinter, and still another remarked upon the quality of French lace at the table's edge. It was admiration stripped of wonder, ritual without reverence. At your end of the table, a banker leaned close, voice low but intent. The strikes must be handled firmly, Vanderhughes. Concessions weaken the market's trust. Stability is what matters. He spoke not of men or lives, but of trust and stability, as if those words could cloak the reality of blood spilled on factory floors. You looked at him, the candlelight sharpening every line of his face. You said little, offering instead a nod that might mean agreement or only courtesy. Once, such reticence would have marked you as uncertain. Now, silence itself carried weight, a tool sharpened by use. Between courses, you caught Constance's eye. She sat regal, calm, but there was a flicker of something more. She had spent years mastering this world, bending herself to its demands. Yet even she seemed to feel the hollowness echoing beneath the silver and crystal. Her smile, usually so precise, lingered a beat too long before fading. Later, after the last guest had admired the ice swans and offered their goodbyes, you found yourself alone in the great dining hall. Candles guttered in their holders, sending faint wisps of smoke curling upward. Servants cleared dishes with quiet efficiency, their footsteps muffled on thick carpets. You stood at the head of the table and let your gaze travel across its length. 12 places set with gold-rimmed china, crystal glasses catching the last flickers of flame. Enough food had been wasted to sustain families through winter. Enough flowers had been sacrificed to fill a chapel. Enough labor had been spent polishing silver and carrying trays to wear down an army. And for what? The question rose unbidden, yet it refused to leave. For what were these displays constructed? To impress? Yes. But to what end? To prove that wealth could manifest in feathers, ice, and lace. To assert dominance in a war of appearances. To purchase not joy, but position. You left the dining hall and wandered into the gallery. Paintings lined the walls, European masters acquired at staggering cost. Yet, as you gazed at them, you saw not beauty, but transactions. Each canvas a reminder of someone else's labor converted into coin, coin converted into brushstrokes. The silence deepened, not the gentle silence of night breezes or crackling fire, but a heavier kind, the kind that follows too much indulgence, that whispers of futility beneath all the glitter. You felt it pressing against your chest, urging you to question what you had built and what it meant. In the library, you found Constance seated by the fire. She had changed from her gown into a softer robe, her hair loosened, her face thoughtful. She looked up when you entered. "They were impressed," she said simply. "Were they?" you asked. Or were they only polite? Her smile was weary. In this world, there is little difference. You sank into a chair across from her. The fire popped softly, sending sparks drifting upward. For a while you said nothing. She studied you, then added quietly, "Sometimes I wonder if we chase shadows, George. If all this light is only a mask for the dark beneath." Her words settled between you, heavier than any jewel. For the first time, she had voiced what you felt, that grandeur itself could be hollow, that silence might speak louder than applause. The fire burned low. Beyond the windows, the Atlantic crashed against cliffs unseen in the night. You thought of the workers in Pittsburgh, of telegrams written in hurried script, of children in tenements who would never know silk sheets or crystal chandeliers. Their silence was different, forced, not chosen. A silence born of exhaustion, not of strategy. You realized then that silence is not one thing but many. For the powerful, it can be shield and strategy. For the weary, it can be surrender. And for the guilty, it can be judgment. The grandeur around you seemed suddenly fragile, like a bubble too thin to last. You wondered how long before it burst, and what would remain when it did. A few calm words changed the course of many days. Dawn came thin and honest over Breakwater Hall, that hand-wide strip of pale light unrolling above the horizon as if someone had cut the night with a careful knife. You were already awake when it arrived. The fire in the bedroom had settled into a low red hush. The room held the faint smell of coal and salt. Somewhere in the house, far off and well-meaning, a bucket met stone with a respectful clink. The day had begun without waiting for you, as days do. Richardson entered with his usual soft rap. He set a tray by the window. Tea, toast, marmalade with its translucent peel, then paused, not quite leaving. "Telegrams from the city, sir," he said, and laid 2 envelopes upon the desk, one atop the other, as if each wished to take the weight from the other's shoulders. You broke the first seal. Pittsburgh Mills tense, small clashes, men exhausted. Pinkertons called to remain close. Governor undecided about militia. Await instruction. The second was shorter. Another injury overnight. Child alive, arm lost. Superintendent says unavoidable. The words sat on the paper like stones that would not be moved by argument. Outside, the February sea made its old patient gestures against the black shoulders of rock. You stood for a time with both messages in your hand, feeling the house breathe around you. The tall quiet of stairwells, the uncomplaining diligence of the kitchen, the watchfulness of men who managed boilers that did not care who owned the land above them. When at last you spoke, your voice sounded to your own ears like someone who had slept and woken in the same thought. "Richardson," you said, "have Hargrave bring me a telegraph form and the Pittsburgh Ledger, and ask him to have the office wire ready for a sequence, not a single message. We'll need to send more than one, yes, sir." He vanished and returned with the calm bustle of a man who had learned that urgency did not require noise. The blank forms lay on the desk, their blue lines as orderly as a clerk's conscience. You sat, uncapped the pen, and tested its nib on the margin until the ink remembered how to flow like certainty. The first message you wrote without flourish. To Superintendent, Pittsburgh Steel Works. Effective immediately. Cease engagement of Pinkerton agents. No armed outside forces on company property. Convene committee of elected workers, 5, and foreman, 3, in neutral site, Church Hall if available, by sundown tomorrow. Company will attend. Signed, G. Vander Hughes. You read it once, untroubled by the lack of legal embroidery. The wires could carry plain English. The moment required it. The second went to the same man, but bore heavier news. Effective immediately. Install mesh guards on all exposed gearing and drive belts across plant. Stop line, as needed for safety. No foreman penalized for halt orders made to prevent injury. Send requisition for funds. Paid. Begin moving boys under 14 to paid errands away from machinery by Monday. Full plan to end child work near line within 30 days. Signed, G.V.H. Your pen paused. 30 days felt both too long and the soonest you could promise without lying to yourself about the pace of metal and men. You sent the message because promises that cannot be kept curdle into sermons. You wrote a third, shorter line. 10-hour day trial begins Monday. Same pay as 12. Review productivity and injuries after 2 weeks. If losses, negotiated adjustments later. For now, cut hours, keep wages. Signed. It felt like throwing a rope rather than a coin, something a man could hold in his hand and measure against the day. The fourth message was for the governor. It took more care. I oppose militia deployment at Pittsburgh. Situation is tense but addressable by negotiation under my signature. Pinkerton's withdrawn. I accept responsibility for outcomes of talks convening tomorrow. Your restraint now protects the state from needless blood. If I fail, blame me, not men who ask to live. You stopped there. A sentence too long grows shy of its job. You signed and sanded and let the granules whisper across the fresh ink until it could be folded without weeping. There was a fifth, and it was the hardest to compose because it required no company letterhead. To Father O'Rourke, St. Michael's Parish, Pittsburgh. I request use of your hall tomorrow at dusk for a meeting between mill workers and management. No police, no agents. Lanterns if you can spare them. I will send funds to repair benches after. GVH. You did not know the man, but you knew the grammar of churches, their habit of holding the town together when the town forgets how. Hargrave stood in the doorway by the time you'd blotted the last signature. He did not read the words. He read your face, and that was enough. The station will have the wire clear, he said. I'll send Mears with the packet. Thank you, you said. Ask him to wait for confirmations from at least 2 of them. He'll need a hot brick under the seat. The wind cuts spiteful this morning. Yes, sir. He hesitated. The kitchen has set aside rolls and a thermos for him, he added, as if to reassure you that the house understood what work looked like when it left its thresholds. The car to town was not your gleaming landau, but the winter trap with a wool rug thrown across its seat and a stubborn horse who believed in his own chest as much as in reins. You sent Mears with a clap on the shoulder and returned to the morning room while the light chose which panes to favor. Tea had cooled only slightly. The marmalade held its small sun in the peel. You ate with the absent-minded hunger of someone who has asked his body to wait while his head ran ahead across 3 counties. By mid-morning, the house had received the day's errands and set to them. Linen flapped in rooms where windows had been decided open for an hour. To change the mind of the air, as an old housemaid once put it. A boy from the village came with eggs, his cap in both hands, and the faint triumph of a coin already heavy in his pocket. Hargrave oversaw the polishing of a banister in a way that made the work feel like citizenship, not servitude. The house was busy with things that, done well and without boasting, make rooms good to live in. You walked the cliff path while Mears pushed through ruts and telegraph boys, and the sea taught its same lesson at a volume no one could call rude. Each wave ran up the ledger of rock until it reached the line it had agreed to with gravity, and then, having proved it could, fell back, leaving the ink of foam. You timed your breath to that old accounting. It steadied the hand that would later need to hold steady, while others shook. When you returned, the first replies were waiting, their paper still cold from the road. The superintendent. Orders received. Pinkertons dismissed per instruction. Meeting possible at St. Michael's. Hours change difficult. Will attempt. Mesh guards costly. Send funds. Father O'Rourke, in a hand that pressed the pen through the paper and left virtue in the fibers. You will have our hall. Men know where to come. You will be heard if you come as a man and not a master. The governor's office sent a clerkly line and a delayed promise. Militia on hold pending your report. The press grows loud. Act quickly. You allowed yourself a breath that went farther down than the ones before. You rang for Richardson. Pack for departure before dusk, you said. Not the parade trunk. The smaller case that knows how to be carried without complaint. Papers, 2 changes, the thicker scarf. Write a note to Mrs. Vanderhughes in your cleanest script. Going west to talk as promised. The sea has said its piece. I will bring a tide back with me. Yes, sir. He allowed a fractional smile at the mention of tides. He had served too long not to welcome a metaphor that promised work rather than theater. You wrote 2 more notes, the kind no clerk files, and yet the kind that make a city kinder by a hair's breadth. One to the manager of the soup kitchen off Mulberry. Use my account for 3 weeks more than you planned. Send receipts to Hargrave. And one to a doctor at a charity hospital. Bill me for the boy's new arm, the kind with leather straps and possibility. Tell his mother it belongs to no one but him. By noon, the house had measured your leaving without fuss. A basket appeared near the door. Bread, thick-cut cold beef, 2 apples that had survived winter's lesson in patience. Hargrave had the sense not to call it a hamper. He said simply, "For the train," and you heard around those words the hundreds of small tasks that made such a sentence possible. Before you left, you walked once more through the rooms that had absorbed your thinking the last 2 days. The study with its map that had stopped being a prize and started being a responsibility. The little writing room where the shawl on the chair had turned a view into a seat. The long hall where portraits watched and measured and, you hoped, recognized that there are many ways to defend a name. At the bottom of the main stair, you found the scullery maid with the chapped hands carrying a stack of towels taller than wisdom. You took half the stack from her without ceremony and carried it as far as the corner where etiquette would insist you stop. She put the rest down and bobbed her head in thanks that had nothing servile in it. It was gratitude exchanged between 2 people for an inconvenience taken from a day. The trap to the station was brisk. You liked the way its small iron wheels told you the truth about each rut. At the platform, your private car stood with a humility you had never noticed. A box on iron chosen not for its gilding, but for its ability to turn motion into a room where thinking could happen. The porter touched his cap. We can make the evening line at Providence and the Pittsburgh connection by dawn, he said. Stoves hot and bricks set. On the table inside lay the last telegram of the afternoon, forwarded from the city, and stamped in a hand that had learned authority by copying it. Press inquiring about rumors of concessions. Hold statement until after your meeting. Investors uneasy. Be prudent. You read it and placed it face down upon the polished wood, where it made the same sound as any other paper when it met the table. A sound that carried no more moral weight than the paper's thickness. Tracks slid under you, then past you, then were behind you. The car took the curves with the confidence of a machine that trusts its own physics. You ate as a man eats when he intends to keep his temper later. Enough to be steady, not enough to be slow. When you were done, you cleaned your own knife on the bread crust and left it on the tray in such a way that a porter would not cut his hand coming to clear it. Small mercies saved big ones' time. Dusk came as a long, thoughtful closing of the eye. Lamps in towns you did not know by name kindled themselves into existence. In a farmhouse window, you saw a woman lift a child and point at the train. The child pointed too, and for a mile you felt like an event in a life. Darkness earned its keep. The car's lamps answered with their own, comfortable work. You uncapped the pen again. This time the words were for the men who would stand in the hall tomorrow, and for the woman who would watch them go and hope to get them back whole. You wrote, not as a speech to be admired, but as notes you could hold to when the room ran hot. Listen first. Don't tidy their sentences. Say we only when you mean it, I when the responsibility is yours. Promise only the next step. Take it in the room. Name the cost. Pay some, now. Leave with a date and a line, this side of which no one crosses. You folded the page and slid it into your coat pocket, where it warmed against your body and became less of a plan and more of a pledge. Somewhere after midnight, the train paused in a yard where men with lamps walked between giants. You lay on the narrow bed in the sleeping compartment, the rhythm of the rails sending its old lullaby through your bones. Sleep did not come at once. You let the night do its slow work, sanding the sharp edges from your thoughts. Across the dark fields, a dog barked once and thought better of it. A switch clanged. A man laughed, one short, surprised syllable, and the sound carried like company. Toward morning, the porter knocked lightly. "Pittsburgh in an hour, sir." His voice had the respect of a man who had called many men and learned which ones wake at once and which ones require a sentence to step down to earth. You dressed without asking for help. The mirror offered you a face that had learned a kind of usefulness more comforting than handsomeness. The city greeted you with smoke and a resolve that smelled of iron. You did not go first to the hotel, nor to your office. You sent your bag with Richardson and walked with only the coat's weight across a street where carts argued with the day and men moved with a purpose more honest than speed. St. Michael's had the look that churches get when they have buried as many as they have baptized, brick darkened by weather, steps worn down by shoes that could not afford to be casual. Father O'Rourke met you at the side door, cassock brushed by the sleeve of a coat that had known winters and parishioners. He shook your hand without bowing his head. "You wrote like a man," he said. "Now talk like one." He led you through the cool nave and into the hall behind, where long tables had been set up and benches arranged not like an army, but like a gathering of neighbors. Someone had lit lanterns, even though the hour did not strictly require them. Their flame set a tone the gaslight of your house never could. The men arrived little by little, in pairs and threes, hats in their hands and suspicion in their mouths. Some knew you by sight from papers and anger. Others knew you only by rumor and worse. A few brought wives, their faces intelligent and unafraid, a baby here and there sleeping as if the world were already reasonable. The superintendent stood off to the side, pale with a kind of relief built on a scaffolding of fear. You did not ask him to introduce you. You stood on a bench and waited until the sound in the room found its own level. When you spoke, your voice did not reach for the rafters. It went only as far as it needed. "My name you know," you said. "The rest you do not. I am here to end the sending of other men with guns to speak for me. I am here to say the gear that catches boys' sleeves will have screens. The day will shorten. Pay will not. We will begin there, and then we will speak of the rest." There was a sound then, not quite a murmur and not quite disbelief. A man with a scar at the jaw said, "Talk is cheap," and you nodded as if he had taught you something you'd been meaning to learn. "It is," you said, "so we will buy something with it today." You took a ledger from your coat, the same ugly book that had once measured human lives against the price of a mesh guard. You tore a page from it with the satisfaction of a surgeon who finds the bullet and lays it visible on a tray. "Here," you said, "I wrote, 'No action needed.' I was wrong." You set the page on the table and put a match to it. The flame did its honest work. The ash lay unconfused by the day's economics. Someone laughed once, short, surprised, as if to say that a rich man setting fire to his own line in a ledger is a new sight in a town that has seen most things. The sound broke something costly and useless in the room. You felt conversation begin, not the rehearsed kind from salons, but the rough-edged kind that remakes days. It went on for hours in the language of men who cannot afford to waste words. names of machines and the ways they take hands, the tempo of a shift that pushes bodies past their wisdom, the heat at the bend of a furnace that seems like an argument the sun is determined to win. You listened, wrote, asked again. At times you answered in numbers. At times you said, "I don't know," which bought you more credit than any boast would have. Once you said, "No," and once you said, "Yes." And both times the room received the truth with the relief that follows an end to guessing. At noon, the parish women brought stew in big enamel pots. You ate standing, shoulder to shoulder with men who had not imagined you could stand so still. The bread was coarse and good. A boy with his sleeve pinned carefully back where an arm had been filled, bowls with a competence that had nothing to prove. You gave him your place in the line when he came to eat. He refused it. You did not insist. That, too, was a kind of respect. By late afternoon, the paper on the table held lines you could live by and be held by. The 10-hour shift with wages kept, the screens, the end of hiring children into danger, a committee that would meet with management on fixed days, in this same hall, with coffee and without threat. A pledge against bringing in armed men unless the town itself first asked to be protected from a danger larger than a quarrel about pay. You signed your name as a man, signs a letter to someone he wants to be able to look in the eye for years. The superintendent signed, his pen shaking not with fear now, but with the unfamiliarity of doing something that might make him liked. The men signed by electing their 5 and shaking your hand one by one or not. No compulsion either way. Outside, as the daylight did its decent withdrawal, the governor's reply found you on the steps. Militia stood down. Press, restless. Send your statement or hold your peace, and I will speak. You wrote back with 2 lines. Stand down, announced. Settlement begun. Say only that the men and the company agreed to begin again. Leave my name out until there is proof in a week of unbroken mornings. You walked back through the nave with Father O'Rourke. He put a hand on your shoulder, not in blessing, not yet, but in that older gesture men use when they have seen one another do a difficult thing Midwestern plain. You did not turn the century, he said, but you turned your part of the day. It was the right scale, the one a man can hold without pride bruising it. In the street, night had settled into its work. A woman with a shawl and a purposeful stride passed with a loaf against her chest and did not stumble though the curb was broken. Somewhere a harmonica tried a tune and found it, then let it go. You looked up without thinking and saw no stars for the smoke, and you did not mind. The lamps were enough. Back at the small office you kept in the city, a clerk with a pencil behind his ear looked as though he had been told a comet was due. He held out a stack of messages, investors and editors, the 2 winds that find men like you no matter where they stand. You did not read them yet. You wrote one more note to Constance instead. The hall was honest. We began. I told the governor to say less. Keep the shutters in Newport open 2 hours past sunset for me tonight. Let the sea in and think of a room full of men breathing easier than yesterday. When at last you lay on the narrow bed in the rented room, the pillow was not as soft as the one at Breakwater, and the blanket had known many shoulders. You slept in the space between 2 kinds of silence, the kind that had once guarded you and the kind that now judged you. Sleep came anyway, like work that refuses to be postponed. If there was a dream, it was only this: a ledger with pages that could burn, and beyond it, a shore where the tide kept its appointments without attendance or applause. In the morning, You would have to speak to men who wear watch chains about why the line of a quarter's profit can learn to bend to the line of a child's arm. In the morning, the press would want a quote with sparkle. You would give them a sentence with wood grain instead. But tonight, you had done the largest quiet thing a man is asked to do. Put words on paper that would change the way other people's mornings felt when they woke in the dark and reached for their boots. Endings become beginnings beneath a quiet sky. The city of Pittsburgh faded behind you like smoke at dawn. By the time your private car found its rhythm on the rails eastward, the factories were already stirring again. Men filing through gates, boots striking against frozen mud, breath rising in white plumes that mingled with the soot. Yet the faces seemed a shade different. Shoulders not quite so bent, eyes holding something that looked faintly like possibility. You had left behind papers signed, promises given, and though you knew the true test lay in the keeping, there was a steadiness in your chest you had not felt before. The rails sang under you, carrying you toward the coast. Outside the window, winter fields stretched bare and honest. Farmers bent to their work, indifferent to the fortunes made in city halls. Crows gathered on fence posts, their black wings sharp against the pale sky. Each scene slipped past as though reminding you that life is measured not only in ledgers and contracts, but in the stubborn ordinary. Soil turned, bread baked, fires coaxed against the cold. You wrote letters as the train moved. One to the governor. Agreement reached. Militia unnecessary. Tell the press little. Let the proof be in days, not in speeches. Another to the superintendent. Keep the committee regular. No delay. I will come again, unannounced, to listen. You even wrote to the boy with the bandaged sleeve. A tool will come. It is yours. No man's gift, only a debt repaid. Each word steadied you, a plank added to the bridge between power and humanity. At night, as the train swayed and the stove ticked in its corner, you lay awake, listening to the rhythm of the wheels. Each clatter sounded like punctuation, a steady reminder that stories are written not just in sentences, but in journeys. You thought of Breakwater Hall waiting on its cliff, its shutters perhaps still open to the February sea. You imagined Constance reading your brief telegram, her brow lifting as she wondered whether her husband had changed in ways both unsettling and promising. When you returned to Newport, the house received you in its usual ceremony. Servants lined in quiet order, Hargrave announcing that the kitchens had prepared broth and bread against the chill, Richardson standing ready with a fresh coat. Yet there was something different in your own step as you crossed the threshold. The marble did not echo so sharply. The chandeliers did not mock with their glitter. Instead, the air felt a fraction warmer, as though the walls themselves were waiting to hear what you had brought back from the city of iron and smoke. Constance met you in the morning room, her expression unreadable until her eyes softened. "The papers speak of calm," she said. "They mention no names. But I can guess. You set your gloves aside. Names are less important than mornings that begin without violence." She studied you for a long moment, then nodded. Perhaps that is a better kind of triumph. For the next few days, life resumed its familiar patterns. The hallways still gleamed, the staff still moved with silent precision, and the Atlantic still thundered beyond the cliffs. Yet every corner seemed touched by an unseen draft of change. You noticed the way Hargrave's shoulders eased when you told him the staff need not rehearse formal lineups for your inspection. You saw the scullery maid smile, quick, uncertain, when you thanked her by name for tea. Even Constance, though bound by her world's expectations, allowed herself an evening by the fire without speaking of rival households or summer calendars. One night, you wandered alone into the great ballroom. The chandeliers had been dimmed, the floor swept clean. Without the chatter of guests or the strain of string quartets, the vast space felt strangely intimate, like a shell emptied of its inhabitant, but still whispering of the sea. You stood in the center and listened to the silence. This time it did not accuse, it waited, and you understood. Breakwater Hall could remain a monument to rivalry, or it could become a vessel for something gentler. The choice would not be made in a single banquet or a single decree, but in the quiet sum of smaller acts, the coin pressed into a beggar's hand, the order written for guards on machines, the word of thanks spoken to someone whose work is usually unseen. The sea kept its voice steady through the windows. Waves rose, struck, and fell back, endlessly beginning again. You thought of the men in Pittsburgh, of the families in tenements, of the halls in New York where silence could wound as much as words. You thought, too, of futures not yet built, of children who might one day sleep through the night because the machines that once menaced them had been made safer. You did not imagine yourself a savior. You knew too well the weight of your fortune, the foundations on which it had been built. But perhaps, you thought, there is still time to shift its course, to spend less on peacocks and more on protection, to seek fewer compliments and more quiet mornings. Standing there, you felt the house itself breathe with you, vast and waiting. And so Breakwater Hall stood, neither condemned nor redeemed, but listening. Beyond its windows, the horizon stretched, quiet and unending, reminding you that even in an age gilded with excess, the truest measure of wealth was the peace you could leave behind.